Moderation helps everyone feel safe. You know, the internet, you shouldn't feel safe on the internet. Like, you should feel unsafe on the internet. It's not a safe place. Stop living a lie. Who the fuck wrote that? Like, seriously, if I ever brought a message like that, it would be the opposite. It would be like, look, I hope you feel vulnerable here, because you are, very much so. Like, especially if you use the computer for, like, you know, anything that handles, like, personal information. You know, people think of the internet as if it's like a part of their fucking living room, you know, it's convenient. Whereas really you should think of it as like a city centre with like seedy back alleys and that guy who looks menacing and might stab you just because he doesn't like the look of you. You know, that's how you should think of the internet. That's what it's like, and that's what it should be like. And that when it was allowed to be like that, it was far more fun. You know, if the internet's proven one thing, it's that television could have been a lot worse all along, and nobody would have batted an eyelid. Yeah, well, anyway, let me just fill a couple of things out here, and then we'll get on with this. Yeah, I've got a few things to catch up on, but we'll get there. We'll get there when we get there in just a moment. As I said, I gotta deal with the social media shit. There was a way I could start streams before actually publishing them. I wish I could remember how to do it. But yeah, it's for another day. It's for another day, and I'm knackered. So you know, it is what it is. Yeah. For weather. Anyways, yeah, now I'm with you. Now you have my full attention. There's never really anybody around at the very start anywhere. So, we are on the K5, but I need to go and grab some of these mods, which should be quite easy to do. Let's have a look. Dark Forces, what was that website? DF21, wasn't it? Right, and so we're just going to do them in order. We're going to sort them by date, and then we're going to just try them, just see. But the thing is, this isn't actually my first outing to this, because I have actually, I've had a go at things. I've already had a go at things. I had a go at recording. I was supposed to, I think it was, yeah, would have been the end last week, and I wanted to actually get something out there, you know. I was like, right, I want to, oh yeah, this website kind of sucks because you have to like redo the page every fucking time. But anyways, yeah, we're going to grab this. So the first one, the oldest one they have listed, is Outpost Tanis van. It's from 1995, 313. Yeah, you are to infiltrate the outpost and set 3 sequencer charges at the sites they're outlined. Very much like vanilla mission by the sounds of things. You will sneak aboard the station in a modified cargo container and make your way through the cargo area to the main sections of the outpost. At certain charges, go back to the hangar you started in. Your route back may be blocked. Try and find an alternate means back. Sounds reasonable enough to me. So yeah, I could show the screen I'm looking at, but I mean there's not very much interesting to look at. Like, it is just going to be a case of chucking them onto this machine. Root FRCE, and plus I have to reset the K5 every time I do this. File will be extracted. Yeah. My cursor disappears. There we go. But yeah, because of audio reasons, this Maestro is a good card. I like the Maestro, but it does have some shortcomings. I don't think the perfect sound card actually exists, and so the volume levels for tell you what I can do. I'm going to copy that address. I don't think the perfect sound card actually exists, and this Maestro has a fault that's quite common on later sound cards, where once you go into Windows, the volume for DOS applications is really, really quiet. So I could just crank the gain like crazy, and that would work, but then we'll just get deafened every time a Windows sound goes off, which will probably happen more often than you'd think. Downside is this machine's quite slow at restarting, and the workaround is to disable the Ethernet adapter, so then we wouldn't be able to copy files onto it. So yeah, it's just one of those things when you use real hardware. A lot of channels run emulators, as we know, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, but it's not something that we do here. You know, we run on the real hardware, and this is the experience you get, that it's not always that smooth and not always that elegant, and you have to work around things a little bit. But it's not a big deal, because after we've played this one, you know, we can summarise what we just did while we're waiting for the machine to reset. I should have just copied loads of them at once, but I haven't had much time to prepare. But you may have noticed while we were doing that, you might have noticed some files in there, and you might actually know what those are. And the files for Dark Tide are in here, and indeed last week I intended to record Dark Tide, or some of it, and get it uploaded on this Sunday just gone. Thing is, I ended up getting softlocked quite early on, and we might actually have a look at it. I might go into it and show where that is in a moment, but if not, I'll probably just stick it in the next like pre-recorded upload, which is looking like that's going to be Clock Tower. The object of your mission, should you decide to accept it, is to disable the Tanis Van outpost. Alliance forces are planning an extensive campaign in the area, and the outpost would hinder those efforts to a great extent. Therefore, it is the desire of the council for you to start. Oh, not start about the fucking council. I've got them going to be showing up to fuck about with unnecessary work. Stage an advanced attack on the outpost. 3 areas need to be disabled on the station are as follows: the outpost main control centre, the main TIE fighter bay, the main computer core. Okay. Of course, charges set at these areas will by no means destroy the station, but they'll disable it sufficiently to allow Alliance forces, or like the Alliance pharmacy, to overtake it. Forces on the station are great in number, so watch your back, and may the Force be with you. I only need the force of my fists. I'm Kyle Katarn. If I punch stuff, it will die, so I wouldn't worry about it. It'll be fine. Turn that volume down a bit before I deafen myself. You see, there's probably I've been running things in Windows somewhere. You can skip the intro, I don't think they've changed that. I'm assuming we can just run from an existing session. I'm assuming so. Howdy, Maxi and Junkyard W. I'm assuming we can run from it. It doesn't really matter if I corrupt my save data. I can just reinstall the game if I break it. No readme with this. Yeah, as I said, this is the oldest one on the website. It's Tanis Van Outpost. Wasn't expecting it to have custom sounds. I'm just stuck in a box. Can I get out of here? Or I'll just waiting for someone. Oh, let me out. What is this going to be doing? So they replaced some of the sounds actually as well. That's fine by me. 1995, that's a little bit ambitious. I wonder how the design will hold up. I wonder what tool they used to do it. I really want to have a go at doing tools, doing a custom map for this Sunday. I wouldn't mind trying to play with the editor. Well, a lot of good that is to me. need the yellow key. How rude. Don't they know who I am? I'm Carl Catan. They should just open the door for me. Like, I'm obviously going to get it open anyway. So really it would just be like manners, wouldn't it? Just serve everybody's time, open the door now, you know, and just let me in. Hey, I remember we were playing that Fernando guy stuff for Duke 3D. I think in the last stream or the one before. I made a discovery about that. Those levels are older than they claim to be. Like, you know, I was like, oh, these maps probably aren't as old as I think they are. Because I was like, well, these look like 90s maps, but apparently they're 2000s maps. But no, they are 90s maps, and the guy's readme just isn't very accurate. So I'm going to switch this for one. It's a little more accurate. Use less ammunition. You know, it's sort of the difference between pissing out of your dick or pissing out of a slip. You know, it's one on the stream's more narrow, but it's easier to earn. The other one has a wide stream, but it just sprays everywhere, and you know, yeah, it's that kind of deal. But yeah, I wish the guy had. Jeez, mate. Oh, there's mines there. I'm getting shot to bits in here. Uh-oh. Let me just go and regroup a bit, you know. Wait, where did he come from? We replaced textures as well. Well, they wanted to see more games with this engine, is it? Yeah, I think the only other one is Outlaws. I think that's the only other one on it. But I'd love to have a go at the tools myself someday, see what I can do with it. See if my build knowledge applies. Can I make it do weird things? Let's go this way first. I mean, obviously I've never seen this before, so I don't know my way around this map at all. But yeah, Fernando's Duke 3D stuff, it's older than it claims to be. I'd have probably been marginally less harsh on it if it was accurate. I assume it's information that's got muddled in the many updates the project has had over the years. I was hoping I'd get some shields here. This bin from all the way back in 1995. I'm not going to be too harsh on this if it does something a little bit dodgy. Actually, he's done it right though, sticking those in the corner, because a really, like, good player, or player that knows it, will just run right past that. But you see, me getting shot to bits, I've come back and perked in the corners and found that's how I do it. That's how I try to do it. And that's how I think you should do it. So, the guy who made this has the right idea. It looks like, I wouldn't mind, I fucking knew that was there. Not too worried, it's only one mission, we're not getting hard here. Yeah, I'm going to have to look around corners in here. Those sneaky Imperial bastards are putting mines. It doesn't happen, damn it! Horizontal auto-aim in this game is, it's not too bad. It's about on par with anything else. Works about as well as Duke's does. Where do I want to be going? I can't go anywhere from here. Can't destroy that with my gun. So I do have explosives. I don't imagine it's blow-upable, but I'll try. Ah, so it is. Flashbacks to something else, which we will look at a bit later. Yeah, I hate when I sit down to record something and then it breaks and, like, the time was wasted. You know, it really bugs me. This keyboard's not working right, by the way. It keeps dropping out for some reason. Like that. Yeah. When I crouch, for some reason, it goes intermittent. I have no idea why. But it's definitely the keyboard, it's not the game, because I was getting it with other things I was doing on the machine. Yeah. No, I didn't want to go down the other way. Yeah, I can take some of these misters out from here. Not too worried about getting the game over or anything. I don't imagine this is very long. So I think if I get, like, you know, murderized, knowing the layout, I could probably get back to where I was very quickly. Oh, right, we have to use the page keys in the miles order. Really did stack these guys up here. I mean, it's a room full of boxes, but again, this map's from 1995. I'm not going to rag on it for that. It's pretty standard for the time. The room of boxes was made fairly competently. I mean, yeah, you have to sneak behind the crates, but it was... It's not like it was hard to find, really. There wasn't really anywhere else you could go, so it funnels you into that pretty well. Whether it's because the guy couldn't be bothered to build any more of that room, I don't know, but it worked. It functioned. Oh no, there still is misters in here. I was hoping I'd taken them all out. Yeah, run away. Bravely run away. I've got 1 health. Oh no. Oh no. Can I get to the... I want to get to the area with the health kits, man. Something tells me we're getting in there anytime soon. What keys do I have? I got the blue one. I thought I'd pick the yellow one up as well. Spacebar to move that, by the way, to switch through the PDA pages. For some reason that's not in the manual, it doesn't tell you. No good is hiding back here, is there? No line in the starting area. A lot of that is just me being rusty at the game. I haven't played it for a long time. Yeah, whatever, what's losing a life? It's not too bad. I don't think it'll take me long to get back though if I game over. I'm not going to worry about it. Ah, it is mine. Shit. Well, that's still, you know, 21 more health than we had. So it's technically an improvement. Where do I want to go now? I haven't seen the blue key door. I think. Maybe this was the blue key door. Yeah, I wonder just what this engine could do in the right hands. I get the funny feeling the tools for it probably won't be as nice to use as build. Build really... Well, it's about the only editor I can use. There's every chance that if I ever go at doing something with Jedi myself, I'll not be able to comprehend how to use it. Oh shit. I didn't realise what I was looking at until too late. There's bouncy walls in here as well. I'm sure there's some phraseology for it in Star Wars, you know, that the walls that the lasers bounce off are like a special type of wall. Ow! Did that go off? I don't know if it went off. Oh, this is lethal. How do I found the need to do that? Strange design choice. Thing is, I kind of miss the wackiness of the stuff from this era. You know, when people used to make stuff and they just had an idea and, you know, walked in their head and, you know, they probably had all sorts of ambitions. Sometimes you can really feel the ambition that was behind something, whether it works well or not. This has worked fine so far. Strange. Oh, no mask ceiling. It reminded me of the prison elevator. I'm really surprised they didn't use that feature more in the base game. It's what makes me think the tools are hard to use. Because, you know, masked floor surfaces, well, that's something you really saw in game engines of this time. And this one can obviously do it, because it does it in the prison map, and it does it in a couple of other places. And you'd think that they wanted to show off that they could do it. And the fact that it shows up so rarely makes me think that it wasn't easy to do in whatever tools they were using. Yeah, well, here's my authorization. There we go. Oh, I see, that's a shield. Well, yeah, I should know that because we encounter them like that in the burst game levels. That must be the smoking platform. There's no atmosphere out there. I was about to crack a joke about that. I wasn't expecting. Yeah, well, I can't go out there because it's deadly. Like, there's no atmosphere. I'm assuming it's tagged as like a poison gas sector or something. I just got out of bed about to eat breakfast for today's mundane office existence. Yeah, I don't miss that. As I said, I've lost any sense of guilt for not going to work at this point, because I do everybody else's job for them anyway. I'm constantly doing administrative shit for the council or the doctor or some fucking place else. And I pay taxes anyway, and they go to keeping the crackies and the fucking immigrants going. One of these guys has a key or something. I'm going to have to run out and grab it. Wow, that does hurt. None of them seem to have dropped anything. Platform doesn't seem to carry on that way. Concept of a smoking platform like that in space is good. It was, I think I said before, I wrote a thing, and I might still have it somewhere, that was like about the Regelatons from Duke Nukem 2 in the style of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And it had something about on their previous model spaceships they had an observation balcony on the back, but it got removed on the Mark V because everybody who went on it mysteriously died for some reason. I'm not sure how it started. I always just had this idea that the Regelatons were really dumb for some reason. I mean, I think the Liz troops from 3D are probably pretty stupid. And probably bred to be stupid. Well, that's the last of my ammunition. I kind of need the ammunition. But I'm not going to last long out there. Oh, fucking hell, man. Yeah, I can see a platform I'm going to jump to. Right, the thing in these situations, I guess, is not to panic. I mean, a normal man, his lungs would have come out of his fucking nose, I think. Kyle Katarn once again proves his badass, just walks outside in space like it's fucking nothing. Oh, this thing's going to be a problem. Right, let's trade places here a little bit. There we go. Aha! A little bit challenging when you're rusty at the game, this I think. I've got thermal detonators, haven't I? I could have used them. Oh well, use them all. Yes! So for 1995, this dude's done a pretty good job with this. I mean, it's pretty bar burns in places, but I kind of expect that from something this stage. Plus, I don't know what the tools look like for this. I really don't. Like I said, they might be really hard to use. Sooner hire the migrants. Oh yeah, I can't get a job if I try. It's fantastic. I like this thing so far. I'm sort of wondering with the, like I say, we'll have a quick look at, I do like how this game has an ashtray in it. It's not even like a custom texture there's from the prison level. Yeah, it's like little sprite details and everything. Like that it is put in. But there was effort and ambition here. But yeah, I'm sort of wondering, like, is Dark Tide like the rock of Dark Forces maps, perhaps? Maybe could have done with giving me some health over here, because it looks like I'm going to have to jump back. And I'm on my last life. Hard the fucker, I hate those things, man. Now, what it is about these little round droid things, but I've never liked them. It's just sort of evil about... Oh, yes. Once again, the guy has put the things there for... There's been a very good attempt at balancing this. Of course, the checkpoint's over here. Let me in. It's where I need to have a conversation with my confidence. What do you mean you killed him, cha-cha-cha? Yeah, my confidence killed my paranoia. UK government wonders why joblessness skyrockets. Oh, I think they wonder. It's all going according to plan. There's voices somewhere in the level. Hey, what was that? Who's blowing me up? I didn't realise those guys could carry weapons like that. I've never seen them do it. Was that always a thing? That I don't remember them doing that in the base game. But yeah, they're carrying Gauss cannons. Or whatever they are. It's a concussive rifle. Why am I calling it a... Punch you to death, sucker. This is a very bad idea. I should stop. Actually, I should. I'm on my last life. When we did like the actual pre-recorded playthrough of this, I punched a Dark Trooper to death. But these are like, you know, badass killing machines and stuff apparently, but Carl Katana, he can just thump them, you know. Sure what he thinks he's stuck on, but I'll take advantage of it. Ow! Certainly good. Hey, wait a minute. What am I doing? Problem solved. Shit. Yeah, I'm a little short on ammo here. Does look rather appropriately space-based themed. it has been well done this so far. I've been quite impressed. To say this is a user map from 1995 might be the oldest one going for this, for all I know. Ooh, laggy though. The thing you have to bear in mind with this concussive rifle is that it is, it's a projectile weapon. The projectile's just invisible. And it summons a sort of explosion. And then everything in the explosion radius is, what the effect happens on. Is that a custom 3D? I don't remember that one being in the base game. Needs a supercharge, punch the hell out of a duck. You see, now, if I play with the tools, that's maybe something I should, like, try and do. I mean, there's no way that's a custom, is it 3D as they use on those, or do they use a different, like, type of model for the hologram thing? I mean, I assume that 3D is. Traitor to the Empire. Oh, yeah. Heard it all before. But my allegiance is to myself, not your stinking empire. This is an important looking elevator. This looks all official and stuff. Oops. Just my luck, face 180 degrees to where I want to be. Rebuild like though, you have that white wall border and you exit like on the opposite end. Like, makes you think the two engines probably do behave somewhat similarly. I know the sector searching for rendering has to be similar, because you can end up in a situation, you see if you have like a pipe like this, I mean I know it's a desk, but you know, you have a child sector like this one, you can end up in a situation where the camera doesn't update to that and thinks it's in like the one at the top of the table, and that floor will just extend over that hole as if it's not even there. Which suggests that sector searching is quite similar between the two engines. I hate these little training old bastard things. Shit. I'm gonna get killed, there's a turret and I'm down on health. Just strafe around crazily and... Oh, I think it'll take us long to get back though, because I know the map now. I'm not worried about that. No save system in this game, unfortunately. I was liking that. I get the impression we're quite close to the end. Let me get a cigarette going. Yeah, I don't have my wits about me too much. Like I say, I haven't actually sat and played this game proper for a while. Let me out of the crate, damn it! I think this wait was maybe a bit too long. Set blasters on full! You know, the first time I played this game, I misheard it as set blasters on pull. And I wondered how it knew my name. Like, you know, I'd entered it obviously in the agent screen. I was quite taken aback by it, and I listened properly, and it's like, oh, it's full. Oh, okay. I mean, nowadays it's a thing you could do, I guess. text-to-speech engines. Oh no, wait, you gotta call it AI, haven't you? The text-to-speech isn't a thing, that doesn't exist anymore, only AI exists now. Let me try and knock some of these guys down. Probably right as well. Might saves a bit of time, I think we go over there, don't we? But yeah, I think this will go much smoother this time through, now that we know the layouts. I couldn't find many Dark Forces user maps back in the day, but the ones I did find were great. There's an awesome Death Star map someone made that felt so much like we might run into it. Because I'm just going to go through these like by release date, and there's no way I'm going to get all of them done like tonight, because I don't have that long. I'm tired, so I'm going to be here for like 2 or 3 hours, and then I'm going to go away. And so it's probably something we'll do more of, unless the average quality tends to be atrocious or something. But you know, like Duke content is. Oh man, you do get shot up in here. I don't like this room very much. Like I don't hate it or anything. But, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the design of this room. I think I would have made the... I would have made the boxes narrower. Just so that they can't move away from the edge and screw up your aiming. Because it's quite a chore having to look up and down. I think I was aware using maps for Dark Forces. I've known about them for years. It's been on my list for years to do this, and for some reason I've just never got round to it until now. It's something I wanted to do for ages, is try some of them out. It's one of my favourite FPS games. So, you know, I'm definitely not against playing more of it. So giving me a way to play more of it works for me. I'm quite impressed though with like how it does have a few like texture and sound replacements and stuff in here, and potentially that custom 3DO. I might just be misremembering that is somewhere in the base game. No, I'll use one of those, why not? Official editor, that's the thing I don't know. I assume the one that was available wasn't, but it seems to have turned up very quickly. Given this seems to be only a month off or 2 off of the game's release date. I mean, there's definitely not one on the CD. Or if there is, it's hidden somewhere and I've never found it. I do wonder what it looks like and how to use it. I really do want to have a go at it myself someday and see what I can do with it. As I said, probably won't be able to use it because the only editor I've ever been able to use is Build. I've never been able to wrap my head around anything else. Oh, and Cry Edit. I could use Cry Edit, like for some reason. I have no shields. So when I somewhere, there's another door. It looks the same as the door that I was already in. So this is the door I was already in. Let me grab these shields. I'll try and find where the other door is. Just follow it round to the left, you'll find something eventually, right? Is it near the... How did we get to this? Is there another room like this that I've just missed or something? Is that what it is? Okay, so was this door? I thought this door needed a different key and I just never came back. My brain doesn't work sometimes. There we go, let's send him flying. This goes this way, I wonder where this one goes. Quick build turn around for some new engine. It is, I mean... You almost wonder if this is the Aqua of Dark Forces, and like perhaps the guy's like falsified his release date. See, unbeknownst to Ben Rothelson, his fake dates kind of they'd leave certain things behind, like in the map data, that would corroborate what he claims, and that's not there. We know that date's false. Man, this is treacherous. I mean, this obviously isn't mandatory progression. Thing is, I don't mind this, because this is like guarding a secret. And I'm fine with that sort of thing in a map. Like, you know, I don't like when it's unnecessary bullshit, but in that case, for a secret like that, I know I'm going to get back what I'm putting in, as long as the secret's done properly. And that was. So that sort of thing's actually fine with me. Yeah, I kind of want to keep these, because I can't remember when we get more of them. Yeah, this blows you to bits in here, man. I've run out of those. I always wonder if I'm better off just charging the fucker. Ah, dearie me. Yeah, a little bit awkward in here. A little bit awkward in this beltware. There you go, enjoy the thermal detonator, that's all I got. These guys drop ammo, luckily, so we should be okay. Does keep you a bit tight on it. I think this guy probably played the game a lot. But again, he definitely made an effort to balance it. He tried, and I'm rusty at the game, so... actually, I'm quite impressed by the level of effort that went in. The spacewalk, we have to do the spacewalk again. Kyle Katarn, species human, no Duke Nukem's allowed. I still feel bad for how harsh I was on H0, but I mean, they presented it like a professional thing, so they kind of did that to themselves. So this doesn't do that, it's, that's a bit of a pass where something like that would. Silly stormtroopers, if only I still had, I know they called them pipe bombs then. I mean, I could try to slowly lure them over here, I guess, but... could work. I don't need them shooting me in the back when I'm already at enough risk out there. Shot them off the side of the station. Ah, shit! Damn it! Because I'm trying to rush, and I got it right the first time, where I just took my time. No need to rush. Probably not going to dawdle either, though. I mean, it seems like that would be bad. Given it's like the deadly vacuum of outer space. Or does it smell like beef cartons or something, don't they, so... There's a vacuum. I find it hard to imagine it smells of anything. Usually, despite the rotating panorama of Yoshi's Island running full frame rate, the game itself is prone to lagging, so I don't think there was much of a problem on the SNES original. Not too much. There's some situations where you can get it to lag. I hate that handheld version of that game. It sounds and looks all wrong. I know LucasArts had a huge team with a lot of experience to pull from. Making this game engine so stable, so fast really shows how good they were. It still has that adventure game heritage too. I think the adventure game heritage did add a lot. Like, it's a little bit more logical than something like Doom. And I would still argue this was the most influential mid-90s FPS. Because you can feel the DNA of this in other games a lot more than you can feel the DNA of something like Doom. I maintain Doom showed you that you could sell a first-person shooter game. This... I don't have any thermal detonators, I can't get the secret. Aww. Stupid robot, you're gonna die, because I'm angry now. I'm really mad, go away. Punch it. Well, secrets are for losers anyway. I'm breaking your fluorescent light fixtures. Out the way, droids. That's pretty nice. I do like that spacewalk thing. That's pretty cool. I was hoping we'd get a gas mask, like maybe relabeled as like, you know, some sort of space respirator or something, but alas, we don't. Yeah, I think he really banked on you still having those. Thermal detonators. It is almost offensively quick, this game engine. Like, the performance of it is crazy. The fact that it will run on a 386 quite well. I am going to keep calling this thing a Gauss cannon, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, to you as well. Wow, this one's an odd bastard. He doesn't have a percussive rifle, so those ones are weaker for whatever reason. That makes me wonder though, what control you have over enemies when you insert them in the game. You're not authorised in this area. Well, I am now. I am now. What's that? Oh, I put my toe in there, see? Well, that teach me to mess around, I suppose. Yeah, we'll be fine. I'm not worried. I maybe should concussive rifle these people. Fuck. Take out that damn turret. Yeah, it skints me of ammo a fair bit here. Plenty of ammo lying around. Screw you, turret. You're lucky I don't have all potent weaponry. Yeah, the concussive rifle doesn't really work on turrets. Maybe you could get it to, but I've never known it to work on me. Does it even shoot sound? I'm not sure how it's supposed to work. It says in the manual. I wonder how you get that open. I assume this is another blow-upable thing, and I can't blow it up. You'd have to be really efficient with thermal detonator use in this. Unless maybe there's like a hidden switch somewhere. But this game doesn't really do that kind of thing. That'd be a little out of character. Elevator switch doesn't. I just find it weird how they have humans in Star Wars. Like they get referred to as human. So wouldn't they technically just be a human-like species? I mean, unless there's something I don't know about. I mean, I'm not a Star Wars fan. I don't my way around the Star Wars universe hardly at all, so... You know, is there a link between Star Wars humans and Earth humans? Like, you know, is Earth like some sort of lost civilization or something? Because, I mean, this takes place in the past, doesn't it? The undisclosed amount of time into the past. I would rate these turrets as more annoying than Duke 3D ones because they do a lot more damage to you. Duke's turrets just fire kind of crappy little fire lasers. These ones, they fire green lasers and hearts. Oh, fucking hell, man. This guy's geometry and that weapon do not get along for some reason. I'm going back and getting health. Oh, I want to die there again. Imagine a Lex game. I'm not sure. What sort of Lex? Are we talking, like, Luther or some other Lex? Comic book stuff's a mystery to me. Corporate newsletters. Well, 43's better than nil, I guess. I wish they'd given me more pipe bombs, more thermal... I will keep calling them pipe bombs. I find this interesting in Dark Forces maps, how they tend to island, like, detail sectors like that. And build people don't tend to do that. They tend to just attach that to, you know, that would just be a red wall extending off of this wall, off this node here. Whereas I tend to island them like that. Ah! Yeah, I think I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. Red Dwarf got a few games, but I think they were all rubbish. From what I hear, I haven't played any of them, so for all I know, they might be really good. But given I think they were on, like, micros, probably not. Oh, I do have more thermal detonators. Oh, right, I had 3 charges to plant. I'd forgotten all about those. Jeez, maybe there's a lot more map left yet. That would be quite a huge map. There's nothing hidden here. It said in the readme about blocking my path, and I'm kind of cautious that it might do that. Star Trek had some decent... I'm not surprised if Star Trek always had a huge following, so... I bet Andromeda never got any games. And that just sort of went out of bounds, so I'm not wasting another one, so... to find out what I can do with it. I wonder if Farscape ever had any games, because I've never heard of the being any. Okay, just one sequencer charge. But I wonder what pressing that did. You know, I'm not getting away with that for free. Raven's Voyager goes, oh no, did Raven make him? Farscape had one game, but it was a dog shit. Yeah, the thing with Farscape though is I wouldn't be surprised if they made the game out of dog shit on purpose. This seems the sort of thing they would do. I could honestly see that happening. Oh no, that blow-upable on this side's across that spacewalker. We're not going to go and get that. I'll have a rummage around in case there's any nice items out here that... I mean, Farscape's intro music was dog shit on purpose. I mean, that was downright horrible, the theme music for Farscape. Oh yeah, I can't go back in there. I mean, Red Dwarf, if that got some games, those, really they should make those boring. They should make them like just a management simulator for a fucking JMC ship or something. Reason being that Red Dwarf is the most realistic sci-fi show ever made. It really is. Because when humans go to space, you know, you have things like Star Wars and Star Trek where the spaceships always tend to be really nice and shiny and they all work properly and everything. And when people go into space, you know, look at how people maintain infrastructure on Earth and everything, or don't. And that's what it'll be like in space. You know, spaceships will be barely functioning piece of shit with budget cuts at every fucking time, and they'll have people like Dave Lister working on them. So I mean, that's what you would get. It's the most. It was trying to be the silly sci-fi show and ended up being the most realistic, and maybe that's why it's funny, because it is like, you know, there's always truth in a jerk, isn't there? Always truth in jest. I mean, when you actually think of the concept of Red Dwarf, the fact that the guy's waking up millions of years in the future, everybody he knows is dead, Arnold Rimmer is actually dead, he's just a hologram simulation, he doesn't have a soul, he probably can't feel anything, it's all synthesized. You know, it's quite horrific and morbid. And you could kind of hear that in the soundtrack of the first couple of series. It's actually quite depressing. Like, even the intro music was quite sort of miserable, really. A little bit ominous. Like, things like Everybody's Dead, Dave, you know, it was a pretty ominous piece of music, a little bit overbearing, a bit underproduced. It's something Howard Goodall's stuff tended to suffer with. Not that his music was bad, I actually really like it, but one thing I find funny with Howard Goodall is there's an interview with him from the 90s, and you can see on his Akai S3200 CD that the L panel behind the LCD screen's already fucking burnt out. That's just brilliant. Oh, I've learned Howard Goodall actually apparently used a Casio VZ1 somewhere. So there might be Casio VZ1 sounds in Red Dwarf's soundtrack. I'm going to have to listen through that again. The thing about Red Dwarf is it had a no aliens rule, yeah, which felt more realistic. Humans get out into space and there's still no one else out there except us, only. Yeah, and every time you sort of figure they've encountered it, it tends to be like, ends up being of human making, like gulfs and stuff. Simulants. Yeah, there's another bouncy room. This map's a lot bigger than I thought it was. Shit, that's a death room. I'm not going in there yet. Does this just turn into a gauntlet of, like, let's just try all the terrain types and shit? I'm not against that at all. And my skills might be too meager to take it on. So I'm going to have to potentially go into the death room blind, because this doesn't open. Oh no, this could be a disaster. Okay, where's these storm idiots? There they are. Shit, is that what I think it is? Oh man, I need health. I need health. I mean, I don't know how far that goes. I wouldn't do this if I wasn't streaming, but... Do you think that whole area's death, or do you think it's just that little hallway there? Because that looks quite expensive. There's a guy in there. Oh shit, it's one of these idiots. And he's got a fucking Gauss cannon. I can't go in there, man. I'll die. I haven't got any health. Maybe not amazingly well balanced. Can we get any from anywhere other than that spacewalk that I can't do? I do have one life left. I don't think there's any health hiding around. Yeah, Red Dwarf. Quite a depressing concept, really. It's really like other sci-fi stuff I kind of like. It's kind of sci-fi, but it's not like really a sci-fi show. But I was re-watching Captain Scarlet recently. That was really neat. There was a puppet show. Is this the elevator out with the elevator in? This is the elevator out. Okay, so we're going to lose a life down here. If it looks like I'm going to lose my final life, I might cheat just for the convenience of the stream. Having their saving of lives really makes Dark Forces much more tense. Yeah, I think it's one thing that it maybe didn't do perfectly. There's a checkpoint system that could have done to get away with the live system, but it's old enough where I could never really yell at the game for it, because it's like something that worked, basically. Like, I can see why a developer would do that when they designed a game, just because it was something they'd done for years and it was a system that had worked for years. But it's like how games used to have a game over that kicked you back to the start of the game, and nowadays, you know, you'd consider that unacceptable. But it was fine, because when all you've built is arcade games and it worked great there, you're just going to keep doing what works, and that's what used to work when you were just making arcade games, was having a hard game over screen, and it took a while to figure out in home games you don't do that, so the live system's just a step down from that. Okay, well that was always going to happen. Oh well. Shit. That bit's a bit rotten, I gotta say. I shan't be deterred so easily, but I might switch to something else in a moment, like as in try a different thing. We'll come back. I want to beat this, but because I'm on a stream, I might switch to a different one. We'll return to this one at a later time and then beat it. So if I don't beat it this time, that's what we'll do. We'll switch to a different, like, add-on, like a different user mission, and then we'll come back to this one afterwards. There's the difficulty on this is quite a ways. That yellow door, I'm guessing, is the level exit or something. But we'll probably end up back in there very late on or something. Might be that if I knew how we end up back there, that I could potentially sequence break the game. That could be quite fun. But I don't think I want to do that. I have no reason to disrespect this map like that. Even where it's not perfect, it's, you can tell the guy tried. And that makes a huge difference to me. You know, even when something doesn't manage to nail it, the fact that the effort was put in is like enough. Shit. I didn't back out quite fast enough. I'm gonna grab that. I think that went through the wall. Still blew it up though. This keyboard being dodgy isn't helping it, especially when I'm crouching. It keeps just sort of dropping my inputs. Weird. I can't see it though. Same colour as a wall. But if this door ever does anything, that maybe is the way we get back, you know. Would be my guess. Did I grab the blue key? Let's have a look. Yeah, we did. Okay. Well, there's the room we got it from. My light has vanished. I can't figure out where it's gone. I keep picking this other one up and using it. Oh, there it is. We might only get this one bloody add-on today at this rate. Maybe I should have played Driver after all. Nah. This game's better than Driver. Driver I might do next week unless something else comes up, but it is something I'll do at some point. Not promising that I'll complete it though. It's quite an unfair game. No one know as much as Driver 2 is. That game's total bullshit. I wouldn't play that, but that's where we want to be. I want to be here so that I can grab these. There is some health littered about in the area we've just left. Seem to think. But I don't know if it's worth trying to get it just for how much you get shot up in there. Well, maybe not worth it. Do I risk this? I really wish this game had a crosshair, you know. I mean, this whole game really is a fine example of, like, it's not totally perfect, but it's a lot better than it really had any right to be. Like, it is a fantastic game, Dark Forces. You know, it's... For a game from 95, like, it should have been... Oh, fuck it. Well, it wasn't worth it, was it? We're going from 95, you know, it should have been far less than it was. Why does it give me all this stuff? Like, gives me those energy units, but I've never picked up the weapons that use them. I just think I'm missing something else. As well as that crate room we just left maybe does something that I don't know about. Well, time to get Swiss cheesed on the belts. Ow. Oh, fuck's sake. Movement here is too awkward for what he's asking you to do, really. I wonder if this would work better. That's how you do it. Use a fucking briar pistol. Bottom bird in the briar patch. Shit. Can I go and steal some ammo from somewhere? I don't want to use my thermal detonator or something. That'll work. Yeah, pew, 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 had it all before. You're not big, you're not hard, you're not clever. You're just a slight thorn in my side, and one which I intend to remove and chuck in the bonfire and then laugh at. Sort of nervous one of them had hit the exploding canister. The Uber canister. You really did like the bounce walls. Really like the bounce walls. But yeah, if I get down to 0 lives this time, I probably will just cheat, just for the convenience of the stream. Just to get it done and move on to something else. I don't really want it to be just a single add-on stream, you know? Mostly on me for being rusty at the game. Here's what it is. I feel like you could break that door by standing in it. I'm not going to try it, because I might get myself stuck. And granted, being able to softlock something would usually disqualify it, but doesn't in this case. Because it's a case of I would have to be trying to break it to make it do that. Like, it's not something you'd realistically do by accident. It could happen, but it's unlikely. You know, it's like buying a car, crashing it on purpose, and then blaming the car. It's not really a far thing. And this is going to kill me going out here. Like, I just don't have the health. It could have done with more shields and more health kits in here. It's a very easy mistake to make when you build levels, is to... You know, you built it, so you know the ideal path to take and everything. You have to assume the player doesn't. I find it amusing that one of the earliest weeb shows I grew up with was Princess Tutu, so I rediscovered about some time ago. I don't know that one. Or if I do, it's melded in with all the others. I know of Minky Moo Moo. I'm not sure why. They're all the same. So someday I'm going to do an investigation, because I swear these animes have been tracing over the same drawings out of a book since like the last 50 years or so. Because, oh fuck! was going to say we could just go for it. Oh, fucking hell, man. Out of my way. My wife's going away while I'm here. I can just walk there. I never knew that. I don't have to do the jump. But the jump's better. So I'll do the jump. Right. Keyboard's acting weird again. Like, I know I was stuck on a sprite, but I couldn't jump or anything. I couldn't move back. This keyboard's got a problem. Again, it's not the first time I've ever had to fix it. And the thing is, keyboards are a thing that I used to just throw out when they broke. But now I kind of have to fix them just for how much it costs to import them. Cost of fucking imports from like the USA now is like ridiculous. It's amazing how much damage fake wars will do to international trade. And yeah, I just called the wars fake. Because they are. It's like, I don't think for a second people aren't dying in them. I'm quite certain people are being killed in them horribly, and it's terrible. But I don't actually think these wars that are going on are real in, like, the total sense. Ah, what a moron, he gets stuck in the corner. I think they're sort of, they want them to happen, is basically what it is. Both sides want them to happen. Because you can't tell me, like, you know, say a country like the USA, right? You can't tell me that the USA doesn't have the capability, keyboard again, the capability to just make somebody vanish. You know, if they decide, well, you know, we don't like this country, whatever. You can't tell me the USA can't just make the leader of that country just go away mysteriously and nobody know what happens to them. Like, they definitely have that capability. And yet they don't do this. You know, it's like the war in Eastern Europe and shit. Same deal. It's like, you know, you can't tell me countries involved in that don't have them kind of capabilities. But if it was as bad as they make out, they'd use them. So, as people are definitely being killed in these wars, then sort of says to me that they just want the war to happen. Amazing how you get from, like, your computer keyboard doesn't work properly to international conflicts, but it's the world we live in. Great violation of imperial law. Oh, that's alright. What about metric law? Are we in violation of that? I hope we are. That's standard metric system. Damn communist measurements. Nothing was ever built using the metric system. Well, no civilized thing was anyway. Plenty of things have been destroyed using the metric system, I'm sure. I'm sure demolition crews use the metric system. I'm prone to picking up bits of rubble and throwing them at people who work in demolition. People who have no sort of self-morals, you know. I'm just doing what I was contracted to, mate. Well, say fucking no, because what you're doing is awful. Well, you're actively making my city worse for everybody to live in. Fuck yourself.
That blaster's on full.
And plus the fact it's probably my taxes that are paying for you to do it. Yet again, you know, I have to pay to prop countless people up to have cushy lives while mine fucking sucks. You know, groceries cost money I don't necessarily have. The system's even remotely fucking far. Don't be nice to people, you know, and if you're them sort of people, no, I'm never going to be nice to them. Fuck them, because they know full well, that's why they're smarmy with you most of the time. Because, you know, you're paying to prop them up, and there's nobody that'll help you. Oh dear. Right, I'm going to cheat, I'm afraid, and I can't remember the cheat. What was the cheat for infinite health? Shows I wouldn't usually use it, I guess. I don't like doing it, but with streaming I don't want to just be stuck going around in cycles. Like I say, this is mostly on me. My skills are horribly diminished. But I'd like to get through this. Oh, that's right. L-A-I-M lame. I'm not lame. Lame guy's like name's lame guy. So it should be L-A-I-M-Z-F, like if I'm playing it, right? We'll try. Can I just get health? That would be better if I could just health myself. Yeah, but that would give me ammo as well. I'm not sure I like the sound of that. Aw. Yeah, I might have some more. I wonder if the invincibility would restore my health and I just turn it back off. Yeah, it does, it seems. So we just turn it back off. Hey, did that? Yeah, all the mirrors. Okay. On the right hand side though. Oh, fucking hell. Ah, so this does work on the turret. Yeah, I sort of figure if you aim directly at it, you might be able to kill the turret with this gun. Yeah, I don't like having to do that. I wish I'd had time to practice before I streamed it, but play through the base campaign a bit. The thing is, right, there is a thing, I'll admit, I probably wouldn't stream today at all, but it's like, because I missed last week, I kind of don't want to miss 2 weeks in a row, because it just kills my fucking channel. If I do that, it's bad enough missing 1 week. Like other game explicitly calls you out for cheating. Yeah, well, so it should. There's no real valid reason to be cheating at this game, you know. Could do with, like I say, a playthrough of the base campaign before I really take this sort of stuff on, I think. These would have been made by people who just beat the game. Like, I haven't played it since the pre-recorded upload. Which is like, I think right towards the end of the year, with any sort of enthusiasm or drive for absolutely fucking anything. I bet if you go back to like the playthrough we did of this, it wasn't it the last one we did that used part numbers? I bet you will hear like a change in my turn between part 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 something like. You will hear like a sudden tonal shift. It's a bit like when when they kicked me out my house because they wanted to build new houses for the Polish, the Romanians and shit. House them next to each other, great idea, they can't fucking stand each other. Now my old neighbourhood's just a crime-ridden cesspool, go figure. Fucking foul people. And I'm not saying that about those people in general, it's just they're the ones that show up. Like, people think I hate the Polish, and I don't. I hate the Polish that live here. Because only assholes seem to come from Poland to live in England. It's like, I've met plenty of good Polish people, it's just none of them live in my country. They just send their fucking Gopniks for some reason. But anyways, yeah, you know, when they kicked me out of my house so they could knock it down and build a new one for those people, you hear a sudden tonal shift, like in me. At that time, my voice changes and everything, and it never comes back to how it was. And yeah, I'll bet if you go back to the somewhere in the Dark Forces playthrough, you'll hear that same shift again. Yeah, I'm not risking that. I want to progress with this. I don't want to be here all night. I don't doubt this is doable. That's weird, it didn't restore my health that time. So that's not a shield. Like, could I get in though? Potentially? No. Not actually sure what I'm meant to do out here. Oh. Damn, we were so close. I'll turn that off if I find more health and shields. Until then, I'm leaving it on. We don't want to be going round in cycles all night. I don't have that long to do. What I'll probably do is play it again in the future. Because, you know, there's probably a few streams worth of stuff that we can play. And so eventually we'll probably run into one that finishes ahead of schedule. And we'll just come back and play this, like, legit. There's floor masks. Not that many FPS engines of the time could do that. Thing is, when you look at the tiles, it doesn't look like they're made out of sprites. We got more thermal detonators though, I'm quite sure. Ah. I can't pick up shields when I have that on. Strange. I can hear doors going, which tells me there's angry misters somewhere. I thought this was going to go up, not down. Sheer scale this map might suggest this engine has no sector, but the base game has some huge levels. I suspect the map format in this is quite dissimilar to builds. Like, despite some similarities this engine surely has, I doubt very much the map format looks similar at all. Like how it stores it and everything. Obviously in build we have fixed size arrays, well, structs. So, yeah. Which it is quite trivial to increase them, it's just that every time you do it, you would have to add like a branching path in the code somewhere to handle the fact you've changed that, or else you'd just break compatibility with everything. Oh dear. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna rag on that. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see the gap in the floor because I've enjoyed playing this. I've enjoyed playing this, and oh no! And I don't think I can. Ah, shit, man. That was rotten. They put a mine behind the door. But I've enjoyed playing this thing. I'm going to move on to a different thing because I don't want to be stuck on this one all night. But we'll come back and we'll beat this map some other time because I actually really like it. Like, it's a little unbalanced, but I mean, it's so early to the party that can't be angry at it for that at all. So, like, yeah, we're going to play a different one now, because I've probably only got like an hour and a half left at this, at most. But we will come back and finish this at some point. So what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to go into Windows, I'm going to put on a different map, and we will come back and finish that. It's evidently quite brutal, yeah, and it would have been built by somebody who'd A, just beaten the game, so they would have been very comfortable playing it, instead of me who's coming out from nearly a year of not playing it. And B, they built the level and know where everything is and know the best route. And even when you try, like, you know, it is quite difficult to put your mind in the player, you know, your mind in the state of a player who's never played your thing before. Like, it's just the way it is. But I think if I practice at the game, I'm quite confident I can beat it. Okay. So this is... oh shit, what was it called? It is called Secbase Revisited, as Kyle Katarn, former Imperial Special Ops, now working for the Rebel Alliance. You have been given the delicate mission to steal the plans of the new Imperial secret weapon codenamed Death Star. You will be dropped at the cargo entrance of the... Yeah, it's apparently, like... According to the author, this is the level that got its authors a contract to make Jedi Knight levels with LucasArts. Oh, really? Interesting. Serge de Breuer and Yves Brockmans. Well, I hope this isn't a Charlie Wienerholder type situation or a Randall Pitchfork type situation. We shall see. From what it says, I'm guessing it's like a retread of the first mission. We shall see. We shall see. But I was really enjoying that map. If I wasn't on a stream, I would persist at it. But because I'm on a stream, I don't want to just be doing the same thing over and over again. So we will come back in a future stream where I play more stuff, and I'll try and get some time into practice. Unfortunately, I've been practicing Test Drive Off-Road 3 instead, which I don't have that long to do. You know, I can do it for like maybe 20, 30 minutes, like here and there. But yeah, I'll beat the base campaign of Dark Forces again in my own time, so that I can build my skill back up at it, and I think we should be fine. And we'll beat that in a future stream. Secrev. My guess would be that. I was going to say I would guess that it's renaming the GOB files, but no. Apparently, you can just use them. It supports custom GOB files. Somehow I didn't know that. GOBs are sort of like group files, as far as I know. I don't know if the format of them's similar. I don't imagine it's very different, to be honest. It's not like there's that many ways of doing that kind of thing, is it? I'm disappointed in myself for not being able to finish that. But yeah, like I say, we will come back and beat it. We'll never play Dark Tide, though. Dark Tide's softlock city, unfortunately. Very broken, so yeah, we won't play it, which sucks, because that was the top of my list. As I say, I started recording it. I was going to upload like Sunday. I was like, the thing's long enough that it would have required like, you know, more than one part, I think. But yeah, I started recording it last week, and just ended up being Softlock City. So yeah, this is from mid-1995. This is from month 6.
The Force is with you, young Skywalker. You are not a Jedi yet.
Stop him!
I don't need to be a Jedi. Jedis eat all the mini cheddars and put the little pack like that they were in back in the big multi-pack bag, so that you think, aha, there's more of the cheese and onion ones. Those are my favourite. And then you reach it out and it's empty. Jedis are the sorts of people who eat all the strawberry creams out of the fucking quality streets, and then wrap the empty wrappers of other things inside the strawberry cream wrappers and put them back in the tin, so that you think there's still some in there. And they probably never eat the purple ones or the green ones that nobody likes. That's the sort of people Jedis are. Anyway, ninjas who kick Jedi's asses, I'm quite sure. That's some sticky shit. Alarms, that can only be good. I mean, you gotta make an entrance. I can see you over there, turret, you're not fooling me. I had this last time, I'm not having it again. Prior pistol. We learned this last time, never comes up in the burst game, you've got other things to defeat it with rather and they don't put listers in small numbers in Dark Forces using apps is something I'm gathering from all of this. Thus far, they're pretty well built for, again, this is within like, what, 4 or 5 months of the game's release. Nom. Ooh, serious potatoes, well, I don't think that'll keep me out. You know, I'm gathering I'm not the only person who finds the ashtray texture funny. I have one of those steel tubular bins with the ashtray in the top somewhere. Ooh, I got this. This F2 right there. They're actually a little bit difficult to find now, that style of bin, just because of all the anti-smirking shit. Banning smirking in places is an awful economic decision to make, right? I'm just going to go for it. I mean, what's the worst that could happen in there, right? Ow! It's my fault, I probably shouldn't. It sounds very ominous. That sounds very ominous. Like, if you live in a place where, say, like, 20% of the population smirk and no more, then, yeah, sure, ban smirking, because nobody smirks, right? You know, I don't mean, like, outright ban, I mean, like, I don't have any thermal detonators. I guess I can't just shoot it, no. Worth a go. You know, but don't allow it in, like, shops and hospitals or whatever. Because it's just going to piss everybody off when somebody lights up a cigarette in there and it's going to smell. You know, someone will complain it's making my house smell like tobacco smoke. Yeah, fair play. Well, when you live somewhere like where I live, well, 86% of the population are smokers, and the only ones who don't, that like, you know, 14% that don't smoke are probably like toddlers or something. Then, well, oh shit. Then banning smoking in those places is dumb. Like, it's not good business sense. Because everybody fucking smokes. Practically everybody is a smoker. And so, well, you've just banned everybody from doing something that they do, and now they're not going to come into business. Oh, it's raining out there. I'm going home, because I don't like being rained on. I actually like standing in the rain. It gives me a burner, but it doesn't really do that. But I do like standing in the rain. And, well, you know, they're at home, so they're not going in your business. They're not going in your shopping centre, because they can't smoke in there. Terrible economic decision. So it should be majority rule. Or at least at the discretion of the property owner. And me, if I owned or rented a building and ran a business out of it, somewhere like this, I would permit smoking in it, even if I was a non-smoker, just because everybody around here is a fucking smoker. So therefore it makes sense. Where do I go from here? Oh dear. Is this going to be Wiener Holder? Is it going to have Wiener Holder style navigation? These almost feel like I'm not really meant to jump into them, and I've got no ammo, and I've got that nasty snorkel monster. Snorkel. Coming after me. I should probably switch to the fist so I can at least punch his lights out, but that's not going to do a whole lot. Can't get it barred. Am I just stuck here? I'll tell you what, I think I'd have sooner given that other guy a contract than this bloke. This bloke's got the visuals down, but his navigation's bloody awful. Alright, cool. Well, I ain't gonna sit here all night trying to figure this out. So we might just move on. Yet again, businesses, game studios prove they have this real penchant for hiring people who don't know what they're fucking doing. Holy shit, that's probably under 5 minutes it took you to make an inevitable fucking mess. Well done. You spent all the fucking time budget on your visuals. You know, your little sticky outy bits in your walls and your fucking mask floor shit. Excellent. Well, whatever. I'm not entertaining this one no more. I guess I can get a knack for jumping up these, but I shouldn't have to feel like I'm exploiting the game. And anyway, I can't... Like, where am I supposed to go? I just stand on here and have a look about. I'm probably going to get shot to death in a moment. That's too high. I can't make it to that. Oh, I got bit to death. Whichever. Cool, right. Well, I mean, technically I can continue, I guess, but I already made my decision. I'm not going to, because they're probably going to run into more of that bullshit, so that's just a dead end, and I guess that's what I'm meant to do, but what if I killed all them guys? I'd be stuck there. Yeah, so this level's a soft lock, and you know, we have rules about that. We have rules which are no soft locks allowed, so let's play the next one. Fuck that, disappointment. Or we could just go back to that fast map and kick its ass. We'll see. We'll see how this next one goes. If this next one ends up to do something like that, I'm going to just go back to that fast map and just finish that. Even if I have to cheat. Which, like I say, that's down to my skills in Rusty. Alright, it's down to the map being imbalanced as well, but yeah, whatever. But that one, Secbase Revisited, don't bother with it, soft lock. You'll get stuck in that room, and if you kill everything, then you're not going to be able to checkpoint out of it. I mean, you're early enough in it, I guess you could just restart, but that's not really good design. I think if I was, like, you know, trying to hire people, I might have not hired the guy who put a soft lock in his map. I'm like, well, that's bad. That'll get us some support calls. Okay. Siege at Alderaan. Kyle Katarn, a bright young officer, has just received his first position at the Alderaan ore processing plant. Kyle, having been bombarded with Imperial propaganda for the past 6 years, has decided to defect from the Empire, just as Kyle decides his President Palpatine, I thought it was the name of the Perp, declares himself Emperor, and an Imperial delegation arrive on Alderaan to oversee the development of metals for a new fighter. Kyle knows that this information would be invaluable to rebel factions, and says it could give him the cash flow he will desperately need. Alright, sure, let's give it a go. Please don't end up just being a bunch of fucking softlocks one after another. I had enough of that when we played Duke 3D stuff, man. I have a gut feeling, though, that it'll be less common in Dark Forces levels. I really do. I actually think Dark Forces levels, we probably won't run into that sort of bullshit anywhere near as much. Granted, that is 2 out of 3, considering Dark Tide, but I get the impression Dark Tide's probably the rock of Dark Forces. And if you're not a Duke 3D player and you've turned up here like as a Dark Forces player, Rock is a series of maps for Duke Nukem 3D that were made by some douchebag who used to put his map off grid so you couldn't look around in it in the editor. And they were all frilly and visual and they played like shit, but everybody seems to revere them. And despite their age and them being a piece of shit, still score higher than really a lot of people's stuff that's a lot better, which is bullshit and unfair. People have built much better things than those. And I get the impression Dark Tide might be the same deal. As I say, we will have a look before the stream is done. I will fire up Dark Tide 1, just to like show kind of what my issue with that was. Or 1 or 2 of them, I don't know that I want to sit in there very long. But, yeah, anyways, this other map, completely unrelated map, obviously. We'll give that a go. But whatever, yeah. Alderaan! Oh shit, he's been fancy, he's got like custom NC. The Siege, Alderaan, location Alderaan, on the ocean of Santira. Joe Satriani, return to Shalabel. Kyle Katarn, we already read this. Grab the Never card on the new fighter. Get off, oh get off alright. Oh yeah, Thunderbird totally won the Larry 6 poll. I didn't even have to cheat, because like, she just got more votes than like any of the other goals. And I was expecting to cheat. You might notice I snuck Shallow in on one of the other ones, just so that I could write Thunderbird 3 times. And then if I thought everybody would write for like Merrily, that they'd choose Merrily for some reason. But apparently not. You know, I thought Merrily or Gammy would be the popular choice, but no, everybody else voted Thunderbird, because if it hadn't turned out that way, I'd have been, well, our names are 3 times, so every 1 vote counts as 3, and so therefore I didn't have to do that. Get off the planet by stealing an Imperial shutter. Yeah, we will. What do you think? Email? I doubt that's a valid email address anymore. I'll email it at some point. I use AOL. There'll be AOL to AOL email addresses. You get 2 like fucking mappers who like, you know, old time shit just like communicating over that ancient mailbox. I wonder if that's wiped my save data. I don't care if it has, considering I want to replay the game anyway. You know, I could put things on easy, but fuck it. Let's go for it. Do it, you bitch, do it! Hoping to get Clock Tower recorded within next week, the PS1 game, Clock Tower 2, which is Clock Tower 1, because I'm in last. We need to get Clock Tower 1, which was the SNES game. So this engine... First of all... Oh, fucking yeah. This map might do the opposite thing then, where it just gives you way too much fucking stuff. But that's practically the fucking rifle now. Oh, they've locked me out.
We are.
No, I won't stop where I am. You stop where you are. I'll stop at your mem's house. See how you feel then. Well, it seems a shame to waste this weapon supercharged, but I think this map does have the opposite problem where it just goes, yeah, I have millions of items. Well, if we're going to be in balance, that is the preferable way to do it. At least it goes a bit smoother. Yeah, this seems to be a slightly less skilled map, I would say. Never a bad thing. I didn't read the date this was from. I think we're still in 1995, though. Find out. Hold on. When is this one from? With the random wall sizes in this, I get the impression that it doesn't use a grid in the editor like Build does. Or that the grid's far more ambiguous. Maybe things don't snap to it. Yeah, 1995, month 7. So if I see, I mean, obviously things like over 30 years old anyway, so, you know, nobody should really give a shit. But, you know, when I say shit like, oh, the map is a bit less skilled than the other one, it's hardly enough, that sort of thing's irrelevant. But as we go down the list, we might see this guy again. He might actually, like, you know, emerge as one of the most skilled and innovative or something over time. Happens. You see it with people who do Duke 3D stuff, and their first couple of entries are like dog shit. And then they do a couple more things, and eventually they just suddenly figure it out and, like, make amazing things. I tell you what I do like, though, is the non-square, like, layout. How there's things on angles all over the place. This room's an angle to that room, and so on and so on. Well, it's actually something we didn't see in Duke very much. I wish I'd noticed that when I had the supercharge. I thought that was like the non-power 2 thing. Well, this wall blocks me. I was like, I want to be careful though, because if I get down there, can I get back? I won't be able to get down that bit. Yeah, almost looks like that might be the intention. Okay, we're going in there then. Yeah, it's intentional. I was like, can I get stuck? Oh man, this reminds me of my, like, early Duke 3D shit I never released. I used to do, like, ledge jumps like this and everything. It's like, oh yeah, it's like a platforming challenge. And then you realise it's kind of lousy and you stop doing it. But again, I'm not ragging. A fan-built map from this long ago. You kind of expect this sort of shit. It's actually quite charming. It's actually quite deviously designed, like the way that they're like kind of triangular, so they push you off. Oh no, what? I was totally on there. I was stood on it. Yeah, that's just charming, I like it. You know, this guy was just trying to have fun. That bloke who made that fucking Secbase shit was wanking around. This guy, I think, was just trying to have fun. Look, he's got the red flasher lights as well. Yeah, this guy, I get the impression he was just trying to have fun with it. I tend to appreciate that a lot more. You don't have to make a pretty map if it's fun to play. This concerning is I don't see like so many pickup items, which makes you wonder if he got this far and started putting cheats in, but I don't think so. I mean, even then, like, he has tried with the detail. He just doesn't have an eye for texture swapping as much. Howdy, Mickey Bite. He doesn't have the eye for texture swapping as much as the other guy did. Has definitely sort of put some effort into this. There's a supply bag, but it doesn't... Well, I guess there'd be nothing served, would there? Because we're on the first mission. I don't know how that mechanic actually works in the game. Like, it definitely stores what you have when you encounter it on Jabba's ship in the vanilla missions. This being the first mission, it'll store nothing. So again, it tells me this mapper was just experimenting, just having fun, and seeing what he could do. And so while, again, you know, not the prettiest thing in the land, you can at least feel that ambition that was there. There was a desire to create something great, you know, there was a desire to make something and learn things. Jeez, man, this is starting to look quite sprawling. This has that gap out of it as well. Actually, very similar vibes to some of the early Duke 3D maps. And a very interesting thing though, look at that. So that suggests that is a sector. That's not a sprite. Ah! Very interesting. Oh, this door got caught. Shit. Ruined my fun. Well, that's alright. That was very comfortable. I wonder if that opens it. Oh, he's good. It's probably just more elevators. Yeah, I'm going back down now. Ow! 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 I think I can get out of here. It's fine, because I assume it'll checkpoint me somewhere. But I mean, look, he even tried to put splashes in at the bottom of the waterfall. I can't get out of there. Where was this? Oh, right, yeah, okay. I don't quite remember the layout now, but... You've sort of put me through a few areas that sort of fossiled my head. We're not far away. I kind of don't like the fact it just kills me, but at the same time beats a softlock, right? I'd rather fall into a pit and be killed than fall into a pit and just have to reset the game. Maybe there's some issue with getting out of there, I don't know. It's not like it doesn't make sense. That doorway could have been a pig up higher in build speak. Stuck on it there, it's kind of hot. We've got plenty of active sectors in this. Now I'm nervous of touching the slimy water there. Run away! It's gonna blow me! Oh. Reaver, it just overstocks you, this map. It's making sure you'll get blown. Again, I'd rather deal with that than being starved out. If it comes down to if you're going to unbalance a map, like at least unbalance it in the player's favour. But yeah, I find shit like the wall that was the way I'm facing now interesting. It suggests that it has an orientation thing like build. But we saw in the base game how it can squish textures when it does that, which is something build... Well, actually, you could program build to do it quite trivially. Really got a back-facing axe on the wall up there. Yeah. Ooh, we've got Hall of Mirrors. Drawing null in whatever's over there. Okay, the downside to this map is I probably am going to get lost in it. Because this is a map of that just I don't know when to cut things that my level doesn't need. You know what? I don't even care. I really don't. This is just fun exploration. This level. This is just proper like, hey, this is how people used to build user maps back in the mid-90s. This is what it used to look like. This is what you used to get over in Duke as well. It's very sort of early Duke 3D user map vibes this way. Same sort of DNA. What's supposed down there? Probably death. Was there even a point to that area? It's entirely possible there wasn't. It's entirely possible that entire area existed because the guy thought it would be cool to put that area in, and no other reason. Sort of thing people used to do. It's just how people used to build things. So many doors. I'm guessing doors were easy to put in this game. That's what I'm learning from this. Can I get in there? No. Do I want to get in there? What's in there? We've got a few models in there. She's a model and she's looking good. Really dumb past the point they start to kind of look caricature-like rather than looking like real women. Which makes sense because when you look into like the fashion industry, like a lot of it is run by gay men, which it's not that I have an issue with gay men, but I don't really see why they would be thought of as the right people to design women's fashion. What would a gay man know about, you know, what makes a woman look attractive to a straight man, you know, it's... I just wanted to blow this switch in the door. You know, realistically, you'd think the best guy to hire for it would be, you know, some big gruff sort of, you know, yeah. But I wonder how to open that door. That's probably the challenge of this area. It's probably not difficult either. Is there like a shoostable somewhere, do you think? Could be. I mean, it feels like it would be in here. I don't know if that's going to do anything, but... Do we think we're going to go in the water? That could do something. I'm happy to just jump into the water and see what happens. Oh, yeah, there's something over there. Will it kill me going in here? No, it won't. It taught us that it could, but maybe that only applies to fast flowing water or something. Or maybe it's not consistent. Who knows? Again, you know, someone of ours doesn't even apply his rules evenly, and well, I admit that I don't. I apply them proportionally. At some level like this, I'm not gonna apply as high a standard as I would to, like, say, something that I bought. Can we see anything downriver from there other than the null space? Because if that doesn't go anywhere, then, you know, surely that would be just a death sector, right? It continues quite a ways. Yeah, jump in. What's the worst that can happen? It's not killing us yet. The other one's a hole of mirrors. Oh no. Oh no, do we have a softlock corner? Oh. Oh, they just had to ruin it. I always feel like I'm in an unfinished corner of the level. And it would have taken so little to put... Oh, I don't like that. I like thunder, but I don't... I don't like sitting in front of a PC. That might just have ended my stream. I might have to. Makes me nervous, like having my fingers on a PC, like when that happens. Yeah, I mean, I don't begrudge it. It would have took so little effort to put, like, you could put an alcove in the wall with an elevator going up, but I'm not actually angry at this level for it. To the point where, like, I'm probably not going to play it. That's not the default message for entering that tree. But I'm just going to cheat my way back up here. I'm going to try and get in there. I'm going to see if we can get in here. Oh, fucking hell. Right, from past experience, we might have just fucked the game, because I don't think I can re-enter that on the site now. And now we'll just be stuck with this. Yeah, like the camera and that's not going to be able to keep track of what sector I'm in. But literally next to your house, yeah, well, it's obviously not that far from mine. I remember that time we were talking on Skype years ago, and we were figuring out, like, you know, what the latency was like just from the delay on the thunder. But, yeah, this map, like, I'm not angry at this at all, because this map is clearly just some fan of the game who's got his hands on an editor, and he's having a great fucking time with it. Like, he's really experimenting. This map's how big is this? It's not small for, like, a fast attempt. Kind of nervous running. It doesn't make me nervous. I like thunderstorms. I usually go and stand outside in them, but being sat at a PC, just like, you know, all this fucking metal and cables everywhere. At least I don't have a cable going under my pillow anymore. Because I did for quite a while. It was the only way I could route it, and so actually I had a cable going right behind my head under my pillow. It used to make me a bit nervous. But yeah, this map I don't begrudge for the fact that this has happened, because this guy, obviously, it's clear he's not a professional. It's clear he's just. I love the concept that, yeah, I really like it, because you can just, with this one you can feel the ambition, but this guy's just having a whale of a time. It's just, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do, and he's just ADHD with the thing. No, I want to put this corridor, but I'll put this door and some elevators and another elevator, and I could have this water, and he's probably just forgot this corner even exists. But I really enjoyed looking in this map. I really did. That was a nice fucking trip. I'd have kept looking if it wasn't for the fact that the game behaves this way when you get into things you shouldn't. It's nigh and impossible to get it to come back. Don't know what it thinks I'm hitting here, but I get the impression there's probably is broken sectors here. I mean, obviously it's going to break well. Oh, actually, that's interesting. Yeah, remember what I was saying about floors will stretch out to wherever the camera is, from whichever sector it thinks it's in. Well, there you go. That's what build does as well. So there's evidently some similarity in how the two engines render things, which is quite interesting. But yeah, that map was really fun to actually just wander around in. We'll move on to I'll tell you what I'll do. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to... I said I would have a look in Dark Tide, didn't I? DT1SE. Yeah, we'll go into Dark Tide. And, I'm going to go and have a quick look out that window, actually. See if I can figure out... Yeah, it's a good idea, because if visible on the camera, you'll be able to see the street. Figure out where I lit spiders. Don't live there, I stick my head in there. Well, I'm sorry, Silly Spider, but it's my window. I don't mind you living there, but don't let that blow down, because I'll keep breaking it. But yeah, that map was fucking crazy, and I know exactly what that guy was going through when he made that. But yeah, Dark Tide, like, has this proper full-on intro movie and everything. Has its own text scroll. It's from much later. I think it's from like 2001. Let me see. Let me navigate around here. Where are we? I think we've been tired as my eyesight starts to go. Ah, yeah. February 2001. The first episode of Dark Tide's from. Let's skip ahead. This light is busted and we know it's busted. Like, this presents itself really well. Custom intro, cutscene and everything, and I mean, I saw things that looked worse than this in commercial games, like, from that time. So, you know, it raises the bar very high, Dark Tide. Let's sit through the full intro movie. I'm sure somebody's uploaded it somewhere, and there is some footage of the movie in there, and I don't want to get in shit for showing that. I want to check something real quick, though, actually. Let me just have a look at something. Jason Barton. Do I know that name? That was who made that map we were just in. But yeah, Dark Tide. Let's have a look at here. Yeah, that has movie footage in there. It has actual clips from the movie, so there's no way I'm... But yeah, like I said, this comes off as high effort, this. I'm not going to go too far into it, but, you know, because I started recording this last week, and, yeah, unfortunately runs afoul of my rules, excuse me. Oh dear. I wonder what's broken. Let me restart the machine. I was hoping I'd catch a lightning flash when I looked out the window so I could sort of get an idea of how far away it is. I think it's moving away. Lightning, please. Fucking hell, that CRT casts a lot of light. I wonder if that, that fucking, like, ADHD map has broken something in my game. I wouldn't even begrudge it if it did. I really wouldn't. Like I say, that map gets a pass. Like, I don't want to sit there and play through it because it'll probably just bind up again, but I love when a game's fanbase is devoted to making something really cool with it, yeah. But, you know, now, as soon as I walk away from the window, I don't think it's moving away. I'm risking death to do this. You do realise this, right? Please don't be broken. I don't want to have to sit here and reinstall the game because I don't know where my CD is. Joke's on this game because I actually have another install of it on the hard drive, so... Yeah, something broke my game, didn't it? Or maybe it's just Dark Tide. Deary me. Between this and the thunderstorm, I'm starting to feel like the stream might be running out of steam here. Maybe we're just going to get stuck playing solitaire. That's great, yeah, put my hand on a mouse during a thunderstorm. How well do you think a mouse cable would carry, like, however many million volts a lightning strike is? Probably quite. How well do you think a headphone cable would do? I should just wet the padding up there. So what we'll do, we'll try and start the game vanilla. Maybe I should delete the agents, because I feel like the save data probably got... Well, no, it looks fine. We'll remove anyway, right? Just to be sure. Just to be certain. Oh yeah, somebody broke something. Somebody, I guess one of these things overwrote a file somewhere. Okay, that's not a problem. Need to find out. Yeah, we may be. It's entirely possible. Yeah, I think that level did more than break itself and broke my game. Like I say, I'm not even mad at it. I assumed it was that level and not like Dark Tide that did it. I'm not even angry with it. Like, just from being able to... I want to go stand outside. I wish I could do it and bring you with me. I want to copy those. Okay, I have the patcher. I don't know that we need to replace LFD. I think that's just the cutscenes, but do it anyway, just in case. Okay, there we go. That'll fix it. I might as well copy the next map while we're here. But this will probably be the last one we do for tonight, going into this. But I'm unplugging my machine. See, the problem, I have a web server. I can't unplug it. I just upgraded my web server. I can sustain gigabit speed now, and nobody will ever see it because I won't pay the tier 1 racket. Oh dear. I think my capture card likes it. I don't think my capture card likes this weather at all. Well, I hope that comes back. Geez, this card's irreplaceable, so if that gets broken. Yeah, something went out. I don't think it's the capture card either. Might be... Is my Jeff and Scaler shit the bed? I can find that out. Wouldn't that be on D2? Yeah, I've got nothing. Well, I'll set the machine to restart and maybe that'll wake something back up. Cricket game called off on account of weather. But what we're looking at here, if we can get it to work, so I might have just lost my capture setup. After months of interrogation, Muff Rebus, the Imperial Weapons Specialist, Operation Nitehawk, has finally revealed the location of several Imperial weapons production facilities. 2 X-Wings from the Nitehawk Squadron were dispatched to verify the location of one of the facilities of the planet's Darlon 5, Daryl Hanna 5. On approach, the X-Wings were ambushed by a group of pirates believed to be working for the Imperial Base Commander. One of the X-Wings managed to escape after taking out several pirate fighters, but the other X-Wing sustained engine damage and was forced to land on the planet's surface. The pilot was executed after an unsuccessful attempt to elude capture. He left his comlink on the entire ordeal was recorded. Ear hairs, they grow curly. Both my ear hairs and nose hairs, they curl, and they tend to curl over and then grow back in. It's horrible. If this don't work now, I'll just play a solitaire. And call it a night, because I haven't got very long left anyway. Right. We'll try Dark Tide first again, because it won't take me long to get to where it's broken. Oh dear. Yeah. That might be a com file, actually. This is a very old crack. A drive let you have Dark Forces installed on. C. Successfully patched. Enjoy. DT1 debrief not found. Strange. What if I'm having disk corruption here, actually? Starting to wonder. Entirely possible. It defaulted to easy. Okay, I'm not going to argue with that. It can stay on that. Fingers crossed. Oh wait, I still don't have capture. Yeah, what can I do about this? Are we just dead? Honestly forgot that was even a thing.
Whoa, that was close. Those tides came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get capture back. My my converter box is completely dead. Nothing. No LEDs, no nothing. Where does that power come from, actually? It comes from inside the PC, doesn't it? I think. I get a multimeter on there and tell me whether it's just run out of electricity. Get a nice metal ruler. Oh, I've lost my webcam as well. It's frozen. I'm waving at it. Hello. I'm a ghost. I don't exist, apparently. Or like my sort of right, like, arm does. Oh, this went well. It went well today. Okay. Well, let's test the electricity in this. This is when we get a lightning strike, isn't it? Well, I'm fiddling with wires that I don't know what's on the other end. This isn't in current mode, is it? No, it isn't. There's no Maplin multimeter, so you have to change the probes over manually for that. There's power coming out of there. Bouncing around like crazy though. It's supposed to be 5 volts and it's bouncing between about 3 and 4. There should be enough to run the thing. Oh, come on, I at least want a solitaire as to finish off. I don't know. Let me see. What else do we got? Web camera's having a fit again. Isn't that 5 volts? I think that's 5 volts. It's not really big enough, but I could try 5 volt DC. Okay. I could try borrowing this power supply and see if this will kick it back to life, but I'm quite sure that cable that's running that just comes off the PC. Like, I'm quite certain it just goes into the PC chassis. It just comes off my, like, internal C-Sonic ATX power supply. I know the camera's gone again, but I'll get that in a moment. You're not missing much, I'm just trying to unthread a wire from the desk. I'm getting dangerously close to the Ethernet cable as I'm pulling on it, so it gets bigger if I pull on it. Our daddy taught us not to be ashamed of our dicks. Sounds like your daddy gave you some good advice. Sometimes I pull it so hard I rip the skin. Well, my daddy also gave me some advice, like how not to rip the skin by using somebody else's mouth instead of your hands. Would you show me? I'd be glad to. Not a very nice memory, I must be honest. You use the internet, you know, a lot. You start to feel like you're in a minority, been into women instead of like guys. Then you realise the internet isn't a very good representation of the real world, and so you're actually like not as unusual as you think. Okay, let's see if this will wake the scaler up, but I don't think so. I think it might be toast. No, it's back. Okay, that's not good. That kind of implies I've got the fucking 5 volt rail in my PC. Oh, nice. Anyways, Dark Tide. A thing we won't be playing through because it breaks, right? Which sucks after it has all this, like, custom, like, assets and everything. You can actually skip this bit. Like, 'cause I can just go in there and progress. But I'm not going to do that. We'll play it far. But I won't be playing very far into this. I mean, the attention to detail, how they have the light fade as the elevator goes down and shit. You're a bit of a bitch to set something like that up in Duke 3D. Shut up! He farts in your face. That's nice of him. And down comes the platform that we used to get over there. Problem is, like, yeah, I did that the first time and I took a bunch of damage. For some reason you teleport up the ledge, and I don't really know why. A bit of an oversight, really. Right in the first area, but I wasn't gonna fucking write it off for that. It's like, okay, fair enough, you know. Mistakes happen. Not the end of the world. Reskin Grens. Okay. Not sure how much you can modify enemies in this game. Pretty neat. All the mirrors, no problem. Damn it. Oh, dear. You can tell I'm not really trying here. You know, there's all these areas you can get it. This one's really high quality. Well, there's your problem, because you think it is, don't you? You think it is. Which way was it? This just goes on to a sort of observation platform. I can't remember this. I'm just going to move forwards. You throwing pipe bomb lobs at your jerk. I'm still kind of baffled by lob of meat. Like, realising that nobody else I know says that. I wonder where that's from. There's got to be some dialect thing, surely. I got a few of these here. It's pretty nice. Yeah, it's sort of keeping up the quality and presentation and everything. As, I can go off down here, and I can go down a whole adventure here, from which I can't get back, because eventually there's a ledge that you drop down, and you can eventually get back here. It's actually, yeah, no, I'm misremembering. You can get back here from here. It's a bit of a bitch. It's not too bad, yeah. But you can get out onto those platforms out there, and there's nowhere back. So you can softlock yourself that way. But not a big deal. I mean, I guess you can jump off and kill yourself. So it's fine. I just said one of the magic words that I'm sure is what gets my channel like out of being promoted anywhere. And I can go back up to the top. But all that fucking about over there, all that path you just saw we could go down, forget about it. What you got to do is you got to just come in this cave and leave again.
Kyle, something bad is going down over here. Get back here, I mean it.
And that's it. All the shit over to the right that we could have gone, you know, there's all these canyons and shit over here that we can follow that path. And it goes into a massive fucking area. No need to even go there. That all exists for no fucking reason. No items out there, so it just robs you of health and ammo. You get really nothing for it. So instead what you want to do is just come up here and fucking leave, right? Fine, whatever. You know, figure at that point, well, that's a bit of a dodgy design, but caves of Dark Forces equivalent of a sewer level. Well, Dark Forces has a sewer level, which is pretty good, and one of the Blood prototypes had an outright clone of it. Yes, here's where I basically gave up on this thing. Right? So we come in here, after all that faffing about, I spent like probably about 40 minutes. Because like I said, the area we could have gone to that I turned round from is absolutely huge. Like, it goes a long fucking way, and there's just nothing there. Like, you're supposed to just go in that little cave and come back out here. We got a Cal Dragon. It breaks down occasionally. Like, he'll probably freeze up on us. But the readme says he might. But that's fine, you know, if you have like a minor bug like that. It's not something I'm going to get too upset about, especially if you light it down. Like, it might break occasionally, you know, but it's whatever. Just ignore it as difficult. So yeah, okay, fair enough. The thing with this freezing is, he didn't this time. So yeah, whatever, kill the Cal Dragon. Kill him however you're going to kill him. Revive, infrared goggles, supply bags, farty first fucker. I remember them from the SNES games. Yeah, I know a Star Wars thing from a SNES game and not Star Wars, go figure. And so basically at this point I'm stood in this room like, well, where the fuck do I go? Like, that's that invisible wall area that, you know, that like platform in the middle that I failed to jump to earlier. You could look into here from there. You can't jump in here because there's an invisible wall up there. Also, this engine has draw distance, apparently. You know, oh, so we're down there. And then there's this other area looking into... Oh, okay. And then there's where we dropped out of, which I can't get back up. So those games insanely... yeah, they are hard. Very much. They only got harder with each installment. So I figure, like, you know, this is getting my attention. There's probably an elevator. I must have to bring it down somehow. And I kind of assumed when I was fighting the Khal Dragon, well, the trigger's probably up here, right? But I can't find anything. Nothing. And I was like, man, it's weird, you know. If it was the trigger, you'd expect them to extend this out so you were looking at it when it came down. So you knew what would happen. But I beat the fast one, I think, but none of the others. And yeah, guess what? Guess how you get out of here? I mean, there's a mister up there. You'll see him walking about probably in a moment. But I'm going to keep checking this power brick because it's undersized for this Jeffin scaler. Yeah, guess what? You got to pipe bomb this thermal detonator. You got to thermal detonator this thing down. That's the only way to get it down. And there's nowhere back out. So you meet a Khal Dragon, you're going to throw your thermal detonators in his face if you have any left. I actually had none left already from that pit we were in, with all the little bomb lobber fuckers in there. The aggressive sand people, it calls them in the readme. It must be based in my city or something. Yeah, I need pipe thermal detonators. It's the only way to get that down. So it's a soft lock, because I don't even have a way to end myself now that I've got rid of the Khal Dragon, because it's not like I knew in advance. So what the fuck are you gonna do? I mean, obviously here I can just cheat them. It's like, how would I even know that? Like, that tile isn't in the base game. So you're just kind of hoping I figure it out, and that I know in advance. Like, really? That's how we're gonna do things? I don't fucking think so, but... Well, that's how they wanted us doing it, apparently. I don't need to get the items. There's a room full of items. I know there was something else. Yeah, something broke in this area as well. I don't remember what, because I was just doing exploration by then. Like, you know, I'd already abandoned any idea of recording with it and just been like, whatever, I've got 20 minutes before I go to sleep and I'm just going to have a look. And even then, this room ends up unnecessarily damaging you because you're like, oh, a door. And so you go over there, oh, the door doesn't fucking open, where do I go? And there's no route back, so I mean, you might be able to just make that, but you're going to fall off and die, and it's unnecessary. And then I explored farther, and you get a sand crawler, and there's another fucking soft lock around there. You can get into a sector that you can't get out of, and you just have to reset the game. So, yeah, that's why I won't be doing Dark Tide, because sucks. The one everybody bigs up, and you can tell a lot of effort was put in places, but it seems that that wasn't put into, like, you know, testing the levels properly. It's a valuable lesson, like, and again, it's hard to do sometimes, but there's a basic question you should ask yourself, like, if you ever have a thing that requires the player have something to progress, you know, is, can the player get here without the thing? And if so, can the player get back? A lot of it feels very build. But, you know, can the player get to this area without the thing that's required? And can they get back out of it? And I mean, sometimes you really have to destroy your vision just to make it work, but you've got to make it work. It was like that other level where you could have done a simple fix by just putting an elevator in the wall. Thing with that, it didn't make such a furore about its existence. That level, that broke my game. I'm very forgiving of, because it's much older. It's 6 years older than this is, and it was clearly just some guy having a great time. And he probably just didn't think of it. Probably forgot all about that section of the map entirely once the next idea came in his head. And it's how I used to be. You know, it's how everybody was back early on. And it's sort of like Dark Tide, you know, you can see the time and effort that was put into the presentation, and such an easy thing to fix and such an easy thing to catch. And it's that thing where it just tells me that time wasn't put into testing it, time wasn't put into planning it, and in that way, you know, that there was a vision, but that was mostly the presentation and not the function. And to me, that's never a fair deal. It's not a fair deal, and that's why I have that rule of, you know, if your thing starts causing me soft locks and things like that are very easy to walk into, then I don't play it, because it's unfair. It's unfair that you didn't take the time to actually test the thing. You weren't willing to do it, but you're expecting me to give it my time and the audience to give it their time. It's not a fair trade. Presentation is nice, but the level design's more important. Yeah, and the levels just has superfluous areas. And I'll tell you what, we'll go back in and I'll go visit that area I talked about. That just doesn't need to exist. Like, you'll see that it's massive. I'm going to cheat though, because I'm going to get there really fast. And I don't really have any more time left, so we're going to do this and then we're just going to go on solitaire and call it a day. I know it's been a short stream, but I got to keep the channel alive. We will come back. I had to Dark Forces. Like, probably not next week, but I'm not going to cheat. I don't need to. Take a bit of damage, but we'll come back to Dark Forces add-ons, because I've actually had a good time with this, even though we failed to beat anything. Doesn't matter. We'll beat some of next time. First time I've ever played custom content for Dark Forces, so really I guess this outing was... well, I love this, but... this outing was more about the exploration. And that first thing we were playing, I definitely want to come back and beat that in another stream. I'm going to do it. Even if that one does something stupid, you know, then it doesn't matter. I will still beat that one. I mean, that is such an early thing that it's like, that could do damn near anything short of blowing up the computer, and I would probably forgive it. Oh, fucking hell, that pause. Oh, I'm dealing with those morons. We can go in here. I didn't pick up my rifle. Okay, get the lag out the way, please. There we go. I get the impression that... oh dear. That a bit like Doom's engine, this one probably doesn't actually scale that well as the PC gets faster. Like, I get the impression build would run a lot faster here, even though Jedi's usually the quicker of the two engines. The Doom engine would be shitting itself at this point, though, so... perish, small creature. Yeah, we're gonna go... like I say, you can get out there, and then can't get back, but you can at least jump off and, like, send your spine through the back of your head, so... not really a soft lock. So I kept playing at that point. It's like, far enough. It's a bit of lousy design. It's been all uni-texture. Almost feels like it's something you're meant to see from a distance and not visit. And then kind of feels like Realms of the Haunting, like architecture, like the Glen level. It's not really on par with the presentation we've been given. It actually feels a bit like that other bloke's map, where it's like it just was rushed through and forgotten about because I want to do this, I want to do that. Yeah, that's the ledge drop I was on about. So it was other things. Yeah, we can see into that area that we end up with a Coal Dragon. But yeah, it ran out of steam quickly. You know, where we just, we've only got one texture in the budget now. Can't get up there. And this area goes nowhere, basically. So what this is for feels to me like an area they forgot existed. So you can't get up there. So I don't know what any of that's about. I got no idea why this area exists. Those are dead-ended. There's like a passageway or something. Because they almost look like they align, but they don't. They don't go anywhere. They would have this plane overflows, probably. Does that one go anywhere? Oh, there's something up there. This looks like the edge of where the sand crawler is, but I know those two areas are connected. Yeah, so you can get back. That ledge drop, I'm not sure where that goes anymore. There's a whole other fucking thing. See, all that's for nothing. I spent ages rummaging around out there. For no fucking reason. So I hope we're not going to have too much more of that. Yeah, so obviously Dark Tide we won't be bothering with. Debriefed up, I left it. Why is it missing? I hope this hard drive's not shit in the bed. There's an expensive hard drive in this, I don't know that I could replace it if it broke. I don't have that kind of budget for what people want for this shit now. We're at the point where I have to try and repair hard drives when they break. I have this monster that's out of my DX50. And like, go back a few years and I would have just gone, oh, it's fucked. I'll buy another hard drive. Fat chance of doing that in this economy. So I have this beast of a hard drive. And I've got to try and repair this fucking thing. That circuit on the back here, this is the motor driver. That spins the spindle motor. And it's a bunch of MOSFETs, like, just pulsing to spin the motor. You know, it's just running the windings in sequence. And yeah, the MOSFETs on it have burnt out, and I'm hoping that it can be repaired, because I don't think I can replace the drive. I have one more of them, and that one's already been repaired, so by somebody else before I even got it. So it's obviously a failure mode on these big Seagates, but I've never been able to fix a drive by swapping the controller board. They just throw a fit or spit out corrupted data. Like, I swear the board is calibrated to the drive and you can't just swap it. There will be drives where it's not done that way, but I think it's just those are the ones I run into. But yeah, unfortunately I think I'm out of time, so I'm just going to do a solitaire and fuck off. I'm sorry we didn't get to beat anything today, but it's alright, you know. I actually think that was a good time. We got a gauge for what we're getting into, and so probably not next week. Probably next week will be Driver or something, or we'll end up doing something else. I don't know. But we're definitely going to come back to this Dark Forces stuff. Like I will try and allot time somewhere to play through the game again in my own time, so I can get my skill back. And yeah, we'll beat that first map we were on, because I really liked that, and we'll get some more. And you know, I did say we'd have a look at, can I do it without passing out from exhaustion? Can I handle this Operation Nitehawk? How big do we think that is? Because thus far we're seeing people seem to build huge things. Fuck it, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Let's do it. I said we would. I don't go back on my word. It's getting very warm in here. Getting very, very warm in here. I'll take my t-shirt off. This power brick's getting very warm as well. It's only a 5-watt brick. This XeFF box uses about 4 times that. It's only a little switch mode brick, so I'm not too bothered about blowing it up. Because the usual sorts would replace the worn out hard drive with a cheap dodgy SD to CF adapter. They really got paid to push this the SD adapters, didn't they, for how fucking slow they were. Yeah, the storm seems to have passed, but I've got to go to bed. I've been up since like fucking what, 6 o'clock yesterday morning. Yeah, we'll give this one last level a shot. Yeah, shame about Dark Tide. I was very disappointed. I might even give like one of the later episodes of it a go just to see if that persists, because maybe it doesn't. Maybe they solve it later. Oh geez, they're doing custom ANSI as well. Hold on, who made this? It's not that same guy, is it? It's not going to break my things again. No, this is Commander Crud. This is a different guy. CF kits with that sort of title. Yeah. The SCSI to SD thing, I know those are slow and really expensive. Muff Rebus, yeah, we already read this. Locate the X-Ring for recovery mission. Infiltrate and destroy facility with sequence charge on main reactor housing. Turn to drop area. Well, sounds simple enough. In the DX50, I wouldn't mind running it on a CF card, I guess, if I had to, but I'd rather keep it on a hard drive for as long as I can. Because we get into some other machines and we'd just be screwed. Turbo XT, once that loses its XTA drive, there's not really anything I can do with that. Probably have to learn how XTA works. Okay, this one's reusing cutscenes from the base game, which isn't necessarily bad. I feel like there's something stuck to my lip, if you're wondering why I keep perking it. Ah. I did download the DOS version, right? It was the DOS version, because a lot of them have a repack for one of the ports. You have 2 options on the page. Really? Yeah, we did classic. Maybe if I skip the intro, it'll let us in. Like, I know eventually I'm going to have to learn how this equipment works. You know, a lot of things. Like, I'm going to have to do my own VGA scaling at some point. I've known that for a long time. Yeah, that one doesn't work. Okay, well, I really don't have time to do anything else, so I'm going to just solitaire it, and we'll call it a night. It's not a productive stream on the face of it, but like I say, we learned a fair bit. People probably won't adapt to it because it's got... People won't adopt it because it doesn't have people on the fucking payroll somewhere. The thing with people on the payroll is they're always very quick to reveal that they are. So you can spot them a mile off. The internet's basically dead at this point anyway. I mean, it's getting worse. I've got just over a year left doing this stuff. Actually, what is it? Oh shit, it's 1 year and 1 month today that I have left on YouTube. Calculator. You can't play many games with that. Yeah, solitaire. Classic. Awful. Hate it. It's rigged. But yeah, no, I would consider that a productive stream because, like I say, we got a taste for what we're getting into there, and I actually look forward to coming back and beating that fast map because I'm confident that I can do it, and I had a lot of fun with it. We should have just kept playing it in hindsight. Bots talking to bots, most of it is. I mean, the thing is, you know, as well, if you're a human, you will get nowhere because the system just works against you. It's like, say, I don't know, any website, pick a website, Facebook, YouTube, either one, doesn't matter. You write a comment, and just nobody will ever interact with that comment. Like, it might as well not exist. Somebody else writes the exact same comment, it just gets upvoted to oblivion and back. People reply to it and shit. And it's like, yeah, there's no way any of this is real, right? Like, this is just machines interacting with each other here. It's got to be. When your comment's really old and you go back on that video and you see somebody wrote the exact same thing you did just a couple of weeks before, and their comment's really popular, and yours isn't. Yours is still just sitting there like nobody's even seen it. And it's like, yeah, none of this shit's real, man. It's completely bogus. You know, welcome to the corporate internet. The internet became everything that it was not supposed to be, that it was trying not to be. It lasted longer than I thought it would. Yeah, it's well and truly dead at this point, and it's probably never coming back. I'm glad I got to experience the internet in like the 90s and the 2000s, because there's something nobody's ever going to get to do again. I got to at least see it and be a part of it. And it was horrible sometimes. It's like what I was saying at the start of the stream, you know, YouTube's giving me this shit about moderation. It helps people to feel safe. It's like, you shouldn't fucking feel safe. Why would you feel safe on the... You're stupid if you feel safe on the internet. The internet's full of vagabonds and fucking pesky machinery that's like always trying to, like, you know, it's designed to screw you in some way because the people who set it up want to screw you over. You know, it's a dangerous place, the internet. It's like a city with like seedy back streets and shit, and you can't trust anyone or anything that's on it. And you shouldn't feel fucking safe. You feel safe, you're asking for trouble. You don't ever feel safe on the internet. The only way I feel even remotely safe is if my computer isn't plugged in. And even then, I'm not entirely sure these days. We might as well put that out. We're not going to need that blank space for anything else. Yeah, fuck being safe on the internet. What a losery thing, you know, to go out with. But you must socialise with the robots. It'll probably be the law soon. If those council flats, then I'm fine with it. Awful 60s housing. Yeah, fuck those. But I mean, what would this house I'm in be classed as? Because I still can't, like, think of what you would call this. Because this is like a 1940s house that's built out of the rubble of an 1880s house. But its entire inside was stripped out, and basically a 1970s house was built inside the two outer walls. And then that was torn down, and they built a 1990s house on top of the 1970s house, on top of the 40s house, on top of the 1880s house. So what the fuck is it? It's not a real house. It's a pretend house. Built out of caravan parts. So I don't know what the fuck it is. A mouldy mess. And I got the council coming in, oh, we're going to do all this work to improve your property. It's like, you know, none of the shit you're doing is improving my property. You're just wasting my taxes on shit that nobody needs. Well, you've got our bricks that are made out of clear brick. Yes, because that's what we make our bricks out of. Well, we're going to come and replace them with PVC ones. Like, what is your fetish for PVC? Why does everything have to be PVC? What's wrong with my existing bricks? Well, they've been there since they were put on in the 90s. Like, yeah, okay. Why did you replace them in the 90s? What was wrong with the 70s ones? Well, they'd been there since the 70s. And what was wrong with the 40s ones? Well, they were a bit dated. Right, now you see, you replace them with plastic in an area that's full of rodents, because I'm probably the only person who throws his garbage in the actual bin. You know, rodents will just gnaw through them and then get in my building, and I don't want to deal with rodents because then I have to kill them, and I like rodents and I don't like killing them, but if they come in my house I will kill them. And then I have to deal with the neighbours whining at me, why are you doing that? You just get used to them. It's like, no, I won't get used to them. I won't live in a house that's full of fucking vermin that could spread disease. That's not going to happen. And so they don't kill them, and so I kill them, and then the fuckers just come back because they just come out of the neighbours' fucking houses. It took me forever to get rid of them last time. Fucking disgraceful. I'm not nice to people anymore. Like, I used to be far more polite and patient than I am, you know, and I'm just not now. Now I'm vicious and horrible, and I will walk up to people in public and I will just start verbally having a go at them. I will just start, like, ragging on them openly in front of everybody. Like, I don't care, because it's what the fuck are they going to do? Like, realistically, they're not going to do anything. I mean, arguably the worst they could do is fucking hit me or something, but I'm nearly 6'5", and I weigh like 200 something pounds. Like, do you think someone is going to hit me? Really? Do you think they're going to be that dumb? Do you think it's going to end well for them? And it's no, you're making the world actively worse, so I'm going to make you miserable and make you reflect on what you're doing. You know, there's quite a few times. What I'm really sick of in the world is people who just are absolutely fucking feral. Like, you know, they're just not civilised. I need to put up with them when I go grocery shopping. They fucking stink. The women are the fucking worst for it. And obviously I assess the situation. Like, I don't know, say there's some bloke, right, and he's in, like, fucking carpenter jeans and a high-vis jacket, and, you know, he's covered in, like, plaster dust and paint. I'm not going to say anything, because the bloke's probably on his way home from work, and it's probably the only fucking time he gets to go and buy groceries, and if he doesn't, his partner will probably have a go at him or something. So he's got to do that, and I'm not going to say anything to him, because it's like, well, you know, there's a valid reason for that. When people are there in their fucking, you know, they've gone and bought an expensive fucking tracksuit or something, but they obviously haven't bathed or shaven in fucking forever, and they stink the fucking place up, I'll go and tap them on the shoulder and be like, what's the fucking matter? Why are you can you not take a bath? You want a couple of quid for some fucking razor blades? Dude, I don't even have hot water in my house, and I managed to take baths. What's your fucking excuse? People don't like it. But what gets me is a lot of them look ashamed when you do this. Like, they don't argue with you. They don't say anything back. They just look ashamed. And it's like, yeah, because you fucking know. So do something about it then. Like, instead of fucking stinking the place up and fucking being a menace and being a fucking waste of art, like, go and do something about it. Like, get yourself some self-fucking respect. You know, like, is it that hard? I don't think it's that hard. I can do it. And I'm a fucking moron. So, you know, it can't be that difficult, surely. What the fuck's wrong with people? But I'm sick of it. The women are pretty fun, though, because they'll dress in something that they really... You know, you'll have some really ugly fucking fat chick wearing some fucking tight revealing thing, and I will just walk up to them and I'll just stand there and shake my head just like, You don't have the body type for that outfit, do you? And then just walk off. They look quite annoyed when you do that. But it's like, I don't want to fucking see that. If I wear a pair of shorts and you can see the edge of my ball sack hanging out of it, you're going to complain, and rightly so, because nobody wants to see my hairy fucking scrotum. So if I can see your fucking ass crack and your fucking pussy fat hanging out the side of the thing, like your fucking stupid fucking, like, airy fucking shorts, yeah, I'm going to complain. I'm going to come over and I'm going to complain about it because it's not appropriate. It's disgusting. Dress appropriately. Really not that difficult to do, especially when you're in a supposedly prosperous nation. The thing is, you see these people, especially the ones who fucking stink the place up, the ones who have no personal hygiene. And you watch them when they go out to the parking lot, and they're always the ones who have expensive cars, which I find weird. It's well, you obviously care about your outward image. You bought the expensive clothing, and you got an expensive car on finance, like they almost certainly don't earn the thing. It's like, so why does it stop at taking a bath? I don't get that. That's just a bit odd. You know, I would be worried about taking a bath before the other things, like, kind of important, but not to these people, apparently. Mongoloids, a whole fucking lot of them. These people who make shit difficult, you know, they will get it in the neck as well, you know, we'll go off on tirades. I don't have time for people and their fucking bullshit, and they're not going to have a nice time around me. Like, if they're actively making my experience worse, then I will make their experience worse. You know, serves them fucking right. It's not like I'm doing anything. I'm not beating the shit out of them, or like stabbing them, or pissing on them, or, you know, farting in their face, or whatever the fuck I could do. Tripping them over and laughing at them as they wrote. No, I'm just telling them how it is. And realistically, I think people in society have a responsibility to do that kind of thing. You know, the real one that will get you a nasty look is the way parents, like, you know, are with their kids, how they just don't have any control over them. And I will go up to them, are you going to discipline your kid, or am I going to have to fucking do it? So, some fucking woman got real mad at me about this. I was just like, there's no man in your house, is there? It just wasn't fair. She walked out the shop. I'm like, well, I don't need your kid running into me and fucking screaming and making a scene. Like, if I'd done that when I was a kid, my mother would have, like, got hold of me, given me a clout, and probably walked out the shop with me. And I'd have been punished somehow. And rightly fucking so, because I was being a little dickhead. You know, that's how it should be. The other thing as well, like, you know, this is the thing that, like, no, fucking nobody fell for this, and I was quite disappointed. I can't remember which video or stream it was I was in, but I tried to bait everybody, and nobody took the bait. Like, you know, I tried to bait everybody in one of my videos here, because I posited the question. I posited the question that, you know, Bloods hate Crips, right? And Crips hate Bloods, right? This is well known. Everybody knows this. So, if I dress up as, like, I don't know, say a Crip, and I go and walk in Blood territory, and I get my ass beat and get killed, which is bound to happen if I do that, I'm sure, was I asking for it? What was I asking for that? Like, should I have known better? Like, surely I should have known better. I mean, it's a problem, you know, and it should probably be dealt with, right? But, I mean, it's there, currently, for better or worse. And so was I just asking for that? And nobody took that bait, because it's like, nobody took that bait, because this is where I have a bit of a controversial opinion, right? Because you have the thing, like, you know, you'll have the fucking, the girls, they will dress in basically nothing, and then they will walk through a neighbourhood which is known to be inhabited by certain cultures that don't really have much of an opinion on women and that, and I hesitate to call them women, call them girls. They might be like, fucking 50 and they're still girls because they're still mentally children. The guys aren't much better, but this doesn't happen to them. And so something happens to them when they walk through such a neighbourhood. And it's like, you know what, actually... Like, because they say, the ones who do the things that they do to them, well, she was asking for it. And it's like, I'm actually, I see your point, because they know what your culture's like, and you walk there, they went walking in there, acting that way. They probably should have known what was going to happen to them. So, I mean, were they asking for it? Well, I wouldn't necessarily say they were asking for it, but I would say it was a bit of a stupid decision. I still prosecute the guy who did the horrible thing. He should be locked up and beaten to death for doing it, but still, it's like you should have known what was going to happen. Like, you surely did know what could happen. And so then when you turn around and start saying shit like, you know what, the females can't act like adults, so they shouldn't be like treated like adults or given the privileges that adults have, that's kind of why. Because it's like, how much fucking strain do you think this puts on the legal system and everything, having to deal with this shit that could have been solved by you just not being stupid and going out with your fucking, basically with no knickers on and wearing nothing but a belt through a neighbourhood full of feral fucking foreigners who you knew were going to do that to you. You're not just as bad as each other. But it's a very controversial opinion. People don't like hearing that. But it's like, look, if I dress in gang clothes and walk through, like, gang territory, I'm going to get beat half to death. So, and everybody would look at me like I was a stupid one, and rightly fucking so. Yeah, don't jump in a fire and don't expect to get... But, yeah. See bloods graffitis dotted around my city. Probably found their way... Probably. We don't have them around here that I know of. We just get, like, Romanians and shit instead. And they're usually not the ones doing the shit I'm talking about. Stomach bug's nasty thing I have. Feels like I've been punching it. Well, I feel like that most of the time, so... What else me fucking problem with society while I'm here? I got plenty of them. I'm sure some people are going to do a runner after I've like expressed that. Like, that is not going to go down well. What are those things I just said? And that's fine. You can disagree with me. I don't mind. But, I do firmly believe, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And it is generally what I think to the British public, to be honest, is play stupid games, win stupid prizes. It's like, you see them whining in like YouTube comment sections, what the politicians have done to us. Yeah, who voted for those fucking politicians? Oh, that's right, you all voted for them. Yeah, so, don't fucking bitch about it now. It's like people now, they're like, we've got to kick out all of the immigrants. Like, well, I mean, yeah, a lot of these people really shouldn't be here, and they've come here illegally. But when you're the same people who were like, calling me like, a Nazi and a fascist, like, not 10 years ago, for saying, hey, this is actually getting a little out of hand. We should probably do something about it. Otherwise, we'll end up with women and children being raped and, like, robberies and, like, things getting fucking, like, smashed up and the streets covered in piss and needles and shit. Maybe we should actually look into whether this is, oh, shut up, you Nazi, you're just a hater, you hate. So, yeah, and now all of a sudden, now you're having to put up with the bullshit of it. Now it's you losing your fucking house and shit. Now it's, oh no, the horrible things the politicians have done to this country. Yeah, when you used to call me a Nazi for voting for the British National Party. Like, you fuck yourself. You can't change your mind now. Too late for that. This is the world you wanted. You know, you can't say it was okay when it was happening to people like me you didn't care. So, you know what? I'm glad it's happening to you. I think it's fucking brilliant. It's called consequences. Your actions have consequences, and those are the consequences to your actions or inactions. You did a stupid thing, and now stupid things will happen to you. That's just the way it is. That's how the world works. It's just reality. You can't do stupid shit and expect to get away with it. Like, the universe doesn't let you get away with it. The universe always has an answer to it, and will usually do something worse than you expect it to. It's dreadful. It really is, but it's just reality. You know, anybody who lives in reality knows this, so that they tend to not do stupid shit because they don't want to provoke it. It's like, yeah, if I do something stupid, you know, something really, really awful, the world will make something awful happen to me. Really, I'm making it happen to myself, aren't I, by doing the stupid thing? So I'll try to not do something stupid, you know, I'll try to at least think about the decision I'm about to make, because it seems like it might be important. You know, these people don't fucking think. People have this lack of ability to think in a long fucking time. They can think maybe within 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, I don't know, man. I really don't know. Let's have another cigarette. Or I maybe another cigarette. I don't encourage anybody else to smoke. It costs fucking 50 quid a pouch now. Or close to it. So, geez, I had to sell my kidneys or, like, quit smoking. Sell me kidneys. Smoking's more important. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because I smoke, and that's probably going to do me some serious damage. Like, what am I going to do? Like, when that happens, am I going to turn around and go, the awful things the tobacco company did to me? So, no, I know it's bad for me. I'll probably sit there and really regret doing it and be like, I was fucking stupid. Why did I do that? You know, again, it's responsibility. It's called having responsibility. Integrity and self-respect. Like, you know, it's why I don't mind pissing people off. Like, and saying shit that might not, like, be viewed positively. It's like, but I'm not going to lie to you. I'd rather maintain my integrity, because at the end of the day, that person's probably not going to respect me no matter what the fuck I do or say. So then if that happens and I've just bullshit and lied to try and get them to respect me and they still don't, then I don't respect me because I've just fucking, like, lied and fucking removed any sort of integrity I might have. Howdy, Nordic Warrior. Whereas if I, like, at least just, like, no, fuck off, this is how it is, and this is, you know, and they hate it. It's like, well, whatever. At least I got my self-respect and I've got my integrity. You know, yeah, I'm okay. You know. Yeah, people they just don't think. They don't think ahead. They don't think things out. They do stupid shit, and unfortunately impacts the rest of us. And usually the rest of us get the blame for it as well, which is just absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. Let's have that jack moved. If people hate Windows than due to spyware. And yeah, whilst the latest version is much worse, Microsoft's been going down this path for a very long time, but everybody used to say, oh, tinfoil hat, it's nothing. Remember when Windows got the Alexa search, like the Alexa page rank tracking put in? And it's like, hey, you sure you want to allow that? Because they'll probably use that as like a vehicle to be like, well, that was acceptable. We might as well implement all this other telemetry now. Oh, stop it, tinfoil hat. They wouldn't do that. You don't know what you're talking about. Oh, look where we are now. Who would have seen that coming? I mean, couldn't have possibly guessed that it would go that way. There was just no indication, or like no history to go on, to suggest that such a thing would happen. It's absolutely crazy. Who would have thought? While I'm ranting, I'll carry on. I'll tell you another thing that fucking disgusts me, right? Is the way people let their children dress. I find that to be absolutely vile. It's like, you'll see some little girl who's like, what, fucking 8, 9, 10, and she's dressed like a total fucking whore, and it's like, what the fuck are your parents doing? Like, that absolutely disgusts me. Like, it's just like, how the hell? Because they'll be like, so what the fuck, man? Like, just, no. Like, it makes me want to vomit. Like, it makes me want to fucking puke. It's just the principle of it, to me. It's just, yeah, like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like, with the world the way it is now, as well, with the sort of people that are around out there now. The world's fucked, man. And the world can't just, like, now, it's, everything's, the economy's going to collapse. I hope it does. I hope it gets a fucking move on. Because I think it's the only way anybody's ever going to learn. No, the Four of Diamonds is under... Right. Fucking... Okay, maybe we can salvage this. Oh, yeah. Man, this stream went off the rails. And it went off the rails, like, massively. Like, it wasn't even just a little bit. That's how it goes, That's how it goes some days. That's how it has to be. But the thing is, though, on that, like, I was in a car, unfortunately, at the time. I was in a car and not in a position where I could, like, stop the car. But on the high street, like, a few months back, it was somewhere last year, on the high street, like, one of the high streets, we've got, like, several on either side of town. Like, I was in the car, going down that road, and walking down the street, there was some lady. There was some fucking lady, and the lady had a kid with her. She had a little girl with her, and the little girl was naked in the fucking street. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I wanted to fucking go and confront the lady. Like, what the fuck is this about? I will lend you my jacket, I don't care. Like, just do something about that. Because you've got all these, the sort of blokes you would expect who inhabit high streets in English cities now, because they're all staring at this. I mean, what the fuck's going on here? Like, lady, you're wearing a coat. Like, take it off and wrap it around it. It's not that hard. Oh, no, but I'll get cold. Who gives a fuck? What do you think? People are just fucking crazy. They're just selfish and crazy and stupid and willfully fucking stupid. What am I scared of solitaire? They're like fucking animals, man. They're like animals until something happens. And then they're a victim. And it's everybody's fault but theirs. I think the thing with kids that fucking annoys me is, like, it's like, fuck's sake, like, how do these people have children? Like, you shouldn't be allowed them if you're going to do shit like that. Like, I'm sure there was a perfectly legitimate reason this had happened, but, like, you do something about it, it's like, these are the people that are allowed to reproduce. And people like me aren't. People like me who are, like, somewhat sensible, at least try to be, have no offspring at all. Because it's like, well, no, you're too big, you frighten me. It's like, what the fuck do you mean? Okay, so you're going to go and, like, reproduce with the little weedy man, and he's going to let you do shit like that with your, like, resultant kid in the street, and, and then your kid's going to grow up to be some fucking unstable nervous wreck, or some degenerate, or just some fucking drain on my taxes or something. Yeah, fucking disgrace, man. Of course, everybody's fault but ours. I'm just sort of trying to figure out how we got to where I am in this ranting. I'm trying to backtrack. Like, how did we get here again? I don't know. I really don't know. Fuck, this draw's terrible. I need to go to sleep. Solitaire, let me win so I can go to sleep. Everybody rags on the boomers, and a lot of boomers are dickheads, but there's a fair few that aren't. I don't really do the whole hating on an entire generation. I mean, a lot of my friends are boomers, and even they recognise like the boomery shittiness. That a certain subset of them are like. So, well, I guess me, I really need to rag on Generation X a lot more, because Generation X always get a free fucking pass. Fuck Generation X, that's a lousy generation. They fucking suck. Gen X, like, they did the victim thing long before my generation did. I'm Gen Y. I sort of straddle the border, like, I'm very early Gen Y. At least they keep moving the goalposts. Actually, I think I'm a Zoomer now, apparently. But then they keep moving it the other way to where I'm sometimes Gen X. I'm very much Gen Y. And my generation sucks balls, let's be honest. But everybody rags my generation because they contributed nothing. Well, my generation... Guess what happened? The year I dropped out of college and everything? All right, economic crash. Yeah, good luck me getting in the fucking workforce and contributing anything or any, generation of child abuse. Well, pretty much. But Gen X, they always go, we had to bring ourselves up. It's like, yeah, but you got to ride the fucking economic wave of the boomers, and you did, and you freeloaded like fuck off it. So they all got nice houses and shit as well, the Gen Xers. They actually did alright for themselves, and didn't really have to work much to get it. A lot of them just sort of failed upwards. And all they ever did was punch down at even when we were little tiny kids, you had Gen Xers that just treated us like shit, actually worse than the boomers did generally. Like, they would go out of the way to fuck you. They had like the generational rivalry, I think, way worse than the boomers did. So, I don't know, but they did the victim thing long before they were even fully grown. But my generation has to bring itself up. Because, of course, they had the older boomer parents. It's like, well, yeah, I'm sure you fucking did. But, at least you're in a world that was still prosperous and, quit fucking whining. You've got a house and a wife and shit, haven't you? You've got, a bunch of nice fucking things that I'll never be able to afford. So, what the fuck are you whining about? You had to bring yourself up. Yeah, sure. You obviously seem to, not do too bad out of that. Maybe you were better off that your boomer parents weren't around. They'd have probably just discouraged you and shit. Yeah, I was never very impressed with that generation. Again, I have friends who belong to this generation. I don't want to tar them all with the same brush. That's not fair, because there are people in any generation who are really cool, but sort of as the average, the same way the boomers seem to average out as a problem. Gen X I always found to be quite a problem, actually. They were your original professional victims. They did all that fast. They're the ones who taught my generation how to do it. I know Gen Xers who bought multi-bedroom houses for yeah, they got to ride out that last wave of what the boomers had done and claimed it wasn't enough. It was never enough for Gen X. Didn't matter what it was never enough for them. And it probably still isn't. They probably still think they got a raw fucking deal. And they probably always will. That's just the way they are. I mean, again, like I say, I know plenty of Gen Xers who are decent people, and they're not like that, but it seemed to be the general attitude that they had, like, as on average. Fuck. Oh, this game's fixed, man. I don't have those cards, but more of those were. Do I have any of that? Don't think I do. Fuck. Fick. Oh, no. Win or lose, I'm not doing any more after this. I need to go to bed. Maybe on things is reproducing is bad, especially with well, it probably is. It probably wouldn't be a responsible thing to do. But it is the thing of, like, you know, with like having kids and that. It's just I always thought I would be a really shit parent, and I kind of look at other people and I just think there's no way I'd be that bad. Like, I wouldn't be anywhere near as bad as they are at it. I mean, I think I'd be quite a strict parent. My kids might not like me very much. Well, they ought to be liked. It's not your purpose as a parent isn't to be liked. Your purpose is to raise the kid properly. That's what you're there for. Teach them manners and respect, and educate them about the world that they're going to go into, and how to actually, you know, navigate that world and not get screwed over by it. And, you know, my generation had a bit of a problem with things were starting to get dumbed down. You know, you could see it taking effect when I was young, and it was like, you know, as if they were trying to hide the outside world from you. And a lot of people, they grew up and got there, and it was a massive shock to them what it was like out there. You know, I was lucky in that I had somewhat decent parents. It didn't really hit me that hard because I knew what I was getting into already. So, fair enough, you know, things are going to be kind of shit out there. I better keep my eyes out for that. No more races in there, is there? It's not a very good deck we've got here. I'll be impressed if we can win it. Better to be respected and well, that's what I was on about before with, like, you know, self-respect and integrity and shit. It's like, 'cause if you don't do that, like, you know, like, what do you have left? Because the other person involved probably still isn't going to respect you or like you or anything anyway, so then you've got nothing. Like, you know, then nobody likes you or respects you. You've got to at least respect yourself. I mean, you know, it would be the thing, you know, if I'd had kids, I would aim to have them at least respect me. I don't need them to like me, but I'd hope they'd at least grow up to respect me, even if they didn't like me, to be like, well, you know, at least he was trying to do the right thing. He was trying to, like, set us on the straight and narrow. Yeah, not something I've had the opportunity to do. This really isn't a good deck we've got here at all. No red queen in here. I need a red queen, really. Yeah, none. I could do with that ace. In theory, I guess I could build a deck up to that point where I could place that 2. I can't do anything about this. But I don't think I have the cards. Fuck it. I can't just walk out on it without winning, man. It's like gambling. You can't just walk out in the middle of gambling. It's not right. You know, it's just rude. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. You know, before somebody says, I don't know who was says, but somebody said maybe, and I do it. If I just had a 3, we might have been able to serve it, but I don't. Fucking fuck. I mean, just place out what we have at this point, just to see if anything comes to me, but I think it's going to. Yeah, I can't do anything with that. I know we don't have, well, we have that black floor, but yeah, we're just building up the same problem over again. One more. Just the one, but I definitely got to go to bed. I'm exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. I've been up since 6 o'clock yesterday morning. A lot of people in my generation seem to try and emulate boomer behaviour. Boomer 2.0. Yeah, well, slightly still stuck on the perception if you don't have kids, you're weak. Nah, it's not really like that where I am. People don't think that. People think I'm too strong to have children. Or at least it's what the women think. So, you know. It is the females who ultimately decide whose genes will exist in the next generation, and my genes are a little bit too dominant for them, so they don't like it. I lost count of how many times I heard that. You're too tall, it frightens me. It's like, yeah, because I'm male. I'm supposed to be taller than you. That's how things work. Quit denying reality. Your voice is too deep. It's scary. Yeah, because I'm male. I'm supposed to have a deeper voice than you. That's how it works. What the fuck is wrong with people, man? So in the end, you just kind of give up on the idea. You know. And then you have bullshit like what happened last year, which just makes me firmly give up on the idea. It's like, oh, I see how it is. Yeah, the universe is going to fuck with me like that, is it? Well, then I'm just not playing this game. Oh, no. Not another bad fucking deck. I know people who are like, my kids are like having little friends around the house, and it's like, that's great. How about being a role model? Well, yeah. Some of that behaviour reminds me of Julia from Andy and Laley. I still liked the bit where that was depressing. That path we took in chapter 3 last. If you paint your nails and wear eyeliner, yeah, that's the thing. That's what they want. That's what they fucking want. Well, I ain't doing that to myself. Yeah, there would be no point now anyway. I'm too old now. And my fucking gut problems. Yeah, you know, I managed to steal a few years though, like a couple of years of been able to keep the gut problems at there, but unfortunately I can't do that anymore. So, and that was the bullshit last year where it's like, for fuck's sake, I can get absolutely fucking nowhere with this. And then, you know, as soon as I find out I got an allergy to the medications and shit, you meet a lady who's actually, like, you know, decent and, like, interested in shit, and it's like, well, I can't fucking pursue this, can I? Because I'm just going to basically be stuck. Like, you know, I can't move around a whole lot. I can't fucking do that much. It's, you know, so I live in a fucking slum. I don't want to subject another person to that. It's not fucking right. I'm too old. I'm nearly 40 now. My family lived to 52, so I've probably got like what? Shit, when's my birthday? I don't know, I've probably got about 16 years left before the organ failure sets in, so I'm too old. It wouldn't be fair. If I had a child now, I'll be gone before they're an adult. That's not right. It's just how my lineage is. Like, I'm starting to feel it. I don't have anything like that yet, but there's a good chance it'll happen. Yeah, I might as well place it out because the other ones are. I don't have the 4 for that, do I? Because I could get rid of that. You know, sometimes it skips a generation, but my dad's made it to his 70s. So it doesn't bode well for me, especially not given the stomach problem. You know, kind of, because it's usually the liver that goes. And it's sudden. It's weird. Like, they get to like 40, and like, you know, everything's reasonably okay, a few twinges and shit. Back usually hurts like hell. Mine hurts all the time now, and it's just kind of like, you know, like, so I'm 6'4", nearly 6'5", it's going to hurt. Then you sort of get past 40, and then things start going. Just all of a sudden, it's just, oh shit, everything's breaking down. And then, yeah, hit 50, and it's, you know, oh, you've had sudden organ failure, you've got liver failure, and heart failure, and kidney failure. So, you know, good luck. At least from what I know. Yeah, it doesn't bird that well. It's whatever, you know, if I manage to do just one good thing while I'm here, then I suppose it's got to be worth something, right? Fuck knows what. Deadlifts can fix your back pain in less than 2 weeks. I'm going to have to stop lifting weights at all. I can't. I've fought and fought since I had to come off the gut medication, but I've reached a point where I can hardly do it. I can do maybe 5 lifts of, like, you know, just a few pounds now. I just, yeah, can't do it. Try and do it every day, several times a day, but I can't anymore. My muscles just vanishing. It wouldn't matter what I do. It'll never come back. It'll just go. That's it. It's just degrading. And that's largely because of the gut problem. There's just nothing you can do about it. You know, I can probably never ride a bicycle again now. I might as well sell the thing, and it fucking sucks because the thing's 100 years old this year. That bike, I had my plans. I was going to ride it all the way to Birmingham or something. Like protein, well, no, not really. But even then, I can't really eat a lot of things that have protein in because it'll just send me to the hospital unless I can do something about the stomach problem. And there's no other medications for it. Like, that's it now. There's nothing left that I can take. There's literally nothing I can do. So at least I managed to steal a couple of yards off it. You know, I managed to actually steal those couple of yards there. I felt all right, and I could do stuff. But you know, it's not going to come back. You know, I'm glad I tracked that the way I did, because there was days where I didn't feel like doing shit, and I was like, you know, I'm quite sure this isn't going to last forever. I should just do the shit that I said I was going to do, because otherwise I'd probably regret not doing it later. And so now it's like, yeah, you know what, I'm glad I did that. Rare metabolic condition. Just a stomach problem. For the most part, my stomach just produces tons and tons of acid. It never stops. It is just eating through itself. And it's to the point where it affects the pH of my blood and all sorts. And so that's what fucks up the muscles. They just start degrading and I can't form them more. No name for it. Yeah, they just write it down as reflux disease, but it's way more potent than standard reflux disease. Like, you know, the medication before I formed the allergy to it, you know, I was on pretty much the maximum dose and it still didn't really stop it entirely. Like, it was still a bit of a problem. They used to do an operation years ago where what they'd do is they'd barn off your some of your stomach lining to kind of prevent it being a problem. They won't consider it until I turn 60. And it's not that they'll do it when I turn 60, it's a case of they'll consider operating on it when I turn 60. They will put it forward for consideration. It's like, right, that's great, you know. So, only like another 20-some years left if I can make it. If there's a natural way to fix it. If there is, I don't know about it. Making myself sick sometimes fixes it, but it's not really very good. But if it's absolutely just, you know, no alternative, and I'm sat there basically suffocating on it, it's like... Because it gets in your lungs, you regurgitate, and it gets in your... And then your airways inflamed, you can't fucking breathe. So it's getting to that point, it's like, well, what the fuck else am I supposed to do? I don't want to get dragged into hospital with it again. I'll just go and make myself vomit. But then it's hard to vomit because most of the time the stomach's empty of anything but the acid because you can't really eat very much. You know, there's a lot of days where I get by on like, you know, maybe a glass of milk or something. So what do I have to puke up when that starts happening? People tell you all sorts of shit. The one they always go to is apple cider vinegar. They tell you that cures anything. It would make it fucking worse. But yeah, nothing to be done for it. Been fighting with it for like 3 decades, and evidently I've lost that fight. But yeah, what are you going to do? You know. So it's just the way the world wants it to be. For fuck's sake, this is terrible today, this solitaire. I keep saying I'm going to stop. Right, okay. Either the game ends or my cigarette ends, and then I'm fucking going. 100% for sure this time. Were you born with it, or did it cut? As far as I recall, it's always been a thing. There is a weird thing that I have where I can't eat bread, but I'm not gluten intolerant. Like I can eat things that have wheat in, and nothing too bad happens generally. But if I eat bread, it manifests like gluten intolerance, but it's not the gluten. I haven't figured out what it is. Like I can eat crumpets, I can't eat very many of them because it will make me feel ill. But it's not like that. It's just from eating solid food. Yeah, you know, that's fine. Whereas bread, yeah, bread's probably not good for you. I mean, I had to live on just pasta for years, so I don't like that a whole lot. There's nothing wrong with growing a mullet. Probably not. I can't grow one, I'm bald, so... And I'm getting something that my family... I'm the first person in my family, like, ever, to start getting grey hairs in their 30s. Like, my family usually, like, keep basically black heart until they just start going grey. I'm getting grey hairs. I don't care, actually. It doesn't bother. Aging doesn't bother me. Like, I mean, that's a problem people have now, where they just fight and fight and fight against age, and it's like, stop it, because you look stupid. Just age gracefully. Just accept you are going to age. It's going to happen. So work with it instead of working against it. Eggs are one of the best that I can't eat them. I can't eat egg. I really like eggs. I can't eat them. I wish I could eat them, but I can't. Imagine you just wore the mullet all the time. Oh, I could do. It's pretty tatty by now, and it's I can't get another one. The wigs they make now are terrible. I mean, that's not going to help me placing that card there. Okay, I'm going to always have aces. Yeah, we'll place that ace, place the ace, place that ace. If I had a black 7, it would be nice. Yep. We don't have a black 7, do we? Oh, we do. Oh, which one do we move? Go with the higher stack. That usually works out better for me. Oh, it did as well. Fucking yeah, dickhead. Fucking yeah. Oh, we might be onto something with this one. We might actually be able to win a game of solitaire. That's a Gen X trait. That's a fucking Gen X trait. That when they don't get their own way, they do that weird sort of potty dancing. When they sort of talk through their lips and do that little bounce. That's a Gen X trait. They all do it. It's really weird. I don't know where they got that from. Yeah, going to the city as mullet man. I wouldn't do it now. I'd probably get stabbed. Some people get a tattoo. Oh, I'm happy being bald. I like being bald. Look, it's well less to worry about. I grew my hair really long when I was younger because I knew I would go bald. And I would never do it again even if I could, because it was so much hassle. It used to take forever to wash it, take forever to fucking dry it. Whereas nowadays all I got to do is occasionally run a trimmer over my head and it's fine. I'd like to get a proper electric razor so I could get it closer. Because I can't really wet shave my head much as I'd like to. I wet shave my face, but can't really do it with my head. Mostly because I can't see it. And my eyesight's not that good, and it's not as good as it was. Like you probably do notice I squint a lot more than I used to when I'm doing this. Placing that will do me no good. Do I have another 5 that I can exchange with it? No. Okay, so go for this. I think is how I'm being strategic because I keep fucking losing, and I wanna be a winner. I don't have that card. Yeah, we'll handle it like a Gen Xer. get rid of that. So we'll do that and get rid of that. And, aha. Aha, what did I want that for? What did I want that for? I don't like music that's written in 4/4, it's boring. I want to have music that's written in, like 3/4. Like some waltzy sort of, you know, thing going on. Monitor, yeah, you can go to sleep in a moment, monitor. I mean, I can get rid of that, I suppose. I can get rid of that as well. They'd probably let me get rid of some other shit. We might be just building on the cards here, rather than... That one's going to be the problem, isn't it? It would be nice if I could find a 6 of spades. The gays and the straights and the whites and the spades. Everyone, well, anyways, you know the deal. Get rid of that. That's going to be our problem. Because I have this other 7 here, but it's not placed on anything. I don't think we have any red 8s, so I can't build that stack. I can at least move that 6, but as soon as I do it, I can't. Right, you'd actually be better bringing that back out, because we can move that 7 away. That one we would be able to, well, whatever. But I can't get rid of this 6 again, would be a thing. Would you be better? Oh, well, let me undo it. Oh, dear. Well, we've committed to that decision now, I guess. And the thing that's under there is absolutely fucking useless to us. Oh, man. No. Oh, do I have to walk out with having lost the solitaire game? Is this how it's all going to end? It does look that way, doesn't it? I mean, I can... place, which king do we want? Well, do we have all the kings? So we have a black queen and a red jack and a red king. So I can move that 10. We want to move... I mean, you'd want to move... Really, you'd like the sparse space, but... What else can we do? Okay, that's not terrible. And that can get that. Oops, I'm sorry, my brain tired now. So now I can do this and this. Holy shit, boys, we might have salvaged it, but don't speak too soon, because you never fucking know with this game. This game will fuck you over. It'll kick your asshole through your face. Give it half a chance. We can put that out because the other one's out. Put out more than a fucking tart or something in it. Fucking yeah, bro. Fucking swear down. I'll fucking well hard me, bro. I'll fucking bang anyone out. What the fuck's he? It's Glenn Ross, you idiot. He's not even fucking hard, bruv. I'm fucking hard. I'd fucking knock him out. I'd like to see you knock out Glenn Ross. I fucking would, bruv. He's not hard. Well, it's called World's Strongest Man, not World's Hardest Man. Maybe he's not. He can't even fucking lift that, bruv. It's a concrete ball that weighs like several hundred pounds. I'd like to see you lift it. Oh, fucking chuck it. There we go. Solitaire defeated. Nothing beaten in Dark Forces, but, you know, like I say, I think that was quite productive anyway, because we got to see what Dark Forces early user add-ons were like, and we found a map I like that I'll come back and beat another day, and hopefully we find some more good ones. And we had real fun exploring that totally fucking ADD looking one that, like, yeah, ended up breaking, but it was really fun. It was like a real nice throwback to how people used to do shit. Well, they were just doing it for fun. Fucking this, fucking that, bruv. Yeah, I don't know. It was just the chatting the kids are like. I used to watch World's Strongest Man, and anything like that was on, he'd flip out. Or like if I watched the wrestling, then he'd start with like, "It's not even fucking hard, bro. If you think so, it's hard. I'll fucking bang him out." Is what he was like. Like he just, yeah. I guess he felt inadequate. Just insisted. It got him nowhere. But, I mean, that's chavs for you. That's what they were like. I miss the chavs. I never thought I would. When I look at the sort of subcultures that are around today, I realise I miss the chavs. Chavs are at least entertaining. A lot of the people I used to hang out with were chavs, because chavs are at least fun. You know, they weren't that smart. They did stupid shit, but at least they were fun. At least they were entertaining. They were always up for a laugh, you know. But yeah, I guess I'm out of here. Went longer than I thought I would. So I'm real tired. I'm going to feel like shit tomorrow. I'm going to try and get Clock Tower recorded, the PS1 game. I'll probably upload it as soon as I've done it, rather than like on a day that'd be like regular upload day. We'll just go with it when it's done. Not a very long game, so I probably will just play both Jennifer and Helen's, like, you know, thing in one. Has 10 endings. I don't know that I'll get them all. I'll probably just get like one ending for each of them and call it done. Sort of thinking with the Clock Tower games, like what I should do is when I've played all of them, I should do an appendix video that's just sort of all the other endings and random shit that I couldn't go and look at, like in the proper playthrough of them. But they'll be a far ways off. So for now, I'm out of here. Good night, and thanks for tuning in. And as I say, we'll come and do more Dark Forces add-ons at some point in the future. Like, yeah, I think there probably is some good stuff buried away in there, and yeah, I want to see it. I think there's some good shit to see, but I'm out of here, and I still haven't made a get lost like screen, and I need to make one. Oh well, ta-ta.